Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jay, and you're very welcome to this special Tuesday edition, because it's not that often that we do a Tuesday edition of Comfort the Titty. Stay for the personality. Titty. I hope you are keeping well. How are you? How's everything? It's been a week or so since I last saw you guys. I hope everyone over here is doing good, and everyone who's joining in who hasn't said a single word yet, feel free to type if you want on the chat box. Very, very welcome to the start of the stream. Pensword getting in the first comment for tonight, number one, followed by Benjamin. Benjamin getting in number two, and we also have Chorus. Hello, Daddy. Chorus getting number three. First three chatters in the stream tonight. Also, who else is here? We have Dodo, should I say, Dodo Man. Chaos, welcome as well. Saw a lot of game trailers to have my interest peaked. We'll definitely have a look at some game trailers. I know there's been some linked. Happy to check those out. Hey, Nay my lovely horsey horse. Hope all is good. And thank you so much for the Prime subscription. Big muscle flexing. Wait, I'll wait until the lovely unicorn disappears there. Hi, Daddy. Didn't you hear it's Take Your Shirt Off Tuesday? But big muscle flexing, thank you so much for that subscription. But Nebe, I literally just, it's cold here. Like, these are some of the coldest days that I've witnessed here in Ireland over the past, 3 months. And you know what? Funny little statistic. There's not been any sunshine. Now, luckily, I haven't been here for the full length of this, but there hasn't been any sunshine, brightness in Ireland for 9 days in a row. 9 days in a row. And it's cold. It's cold. And I will tell you guys everything, but I'm literally coming from like 25 to 28 degrees back down to like 6 degrees. It's not the funnest experience, I can tell you that much, but we've all been in these type of situations, I'm sure. Also a full-length trailer for the new Onimusha. Ooh, that's going to be I need to see this. I need to see some of these definitely. There's a new RPG called Clair Obscure. Sounds quite Latin. I've had my eye on that one for a while. Biceps, welcome to the stream as well. Red First Con, heyo to you too. Is that a new shirt, Jay? It looks good to you. It's not new. I just don't wear it that often. It fits. If let me stand up. It fits quite well. It fits quite well. I like to think so anyway. I think it's revealing enough. I think it kind of focuses more on my shoulders and arms, because it kind of hides the rest of everything just a little bit. So you get the full focus on the arms on the shoulders, because you can see the traps. They're pointing upwards, but they're slightly obscure, kind of like the name of that game that I just mentioned. There's a rumor going around that Parasite Eve might be coming with a new game. Parasite Eve, dear God, that's such a long time ago since I heard of that game. Damn. But thank you so much, Nebe, for the continued support. 35 months in a row is my lovely horsey horse. Thank you so much for that. Much appreciated. Get a long sleeve torseless shirt, ease. So basically, I need to get a long sleeve torso-less shirt. So are you telling me I need to get like something with long sleeves and there's like nothing here? So is it like a string connecting onto the long sleeves, or are the long sleeves like disconnected? It's just like a really long. What are those things called that women wear? They like these arm things. I don't know what they're called. You guys might know, but yeah, hiding the flesh. I don't have a clue what they are. I'm just going to call them women's sleeves. Women's sleeves. But I guess other people can use them as well, not just women. But I guess women started it, so there you go. But yes, maybe that. Like, you need the opposite of that shirt. I need the opposite. So basically, I need to hide the arms and shoulders and just reveal the traps, the chest and on the torso. It can have cloth on the shoulder area just to connect them. Okay, so it has to be like a string. So it's like a stringer tank top. Um, just to connect. Okay. This sounds like a bit of a design challenge. This sounds like a bit of a design challenge. So, guys, get into the what do you call it? The workroom. Get into the workroom and make it work, guys. This tonight's maxi challenge is to create for me a a, a kind of a stringer torsoless with long sleeves top of some description. I have no idea what this is what you need. Okay, let's have a look what I need. This is what I need in my life according to Chaos. Let me. Okay, so something like this. So this is like kind of a cape. So it's like he has like a superhero cape, right? It has just a string, and then it has just these long sleeves. So is this kind of along the lines of what you're on about, Nebe, or something like that? I'm not too sure, but apparently this is what I need to wear now for you guys. Could you just make that by taking a long sleeve shirt and cutting away most of it? You could do that. You could definitely, but then you'd have to butcher probably a nice piece of fabric that which is fine, I suppose, if you want to do that. But you could definitely do it. You could definitely do it. Called it. RuPaul J. RuPaul J. It's definitely a RuPaul J moment. And Mini Starko, Big Muscle Flexing, welcome to you, Mini. Thank you for pressing the follow button. Would it stop you from complaining about the cold? No, it wouldn't stop me complaining about the cold because then I have even less fabric protecting me from the cold, right? So, so there's that, Nebe. There's that. But it is cold. But the good thing is that when I'm streaming and I have the lights on and I have all the stuff on and the computer and everything, like all the heat that's coming from that, gradually I get warmer. And the room kind of gets a bit warmer as time goes on. But definitely at the start of my streams, I'm especially during the winter here or the start of spring. Apparently, it's the start of spring. It really isn't. Everything, like if I look at the trees outside, they're still dead. There's not a single freaking leaf on any of these trees. So, winter is still definitely present. And that time of renewal, it's kind of taking its time. So come on, spring, rebirth, please. Thanks now. Well, if you're going to be complaining either way, you might as well have the boys out and free. I have the arms out. They're free. Like, the my poor chest gets victimized all the time. Oh my God. How dare you just look at me here and not look at me in the face? It's like, I've made my choice, Jay. I'm happy with my choice, okay? Release the twinsies. Release the twinsies, we've been in hanging around zero as well, some negative, some bit above zero. Fair enough. Excuse me, my tits are tiny. Exactly. So let's be honest. If you were actually do the same, God damn it. I guess you're right. I would, yes, I most likely would. I would most likely be the exact same. So yeah. The thing is though, like I'm almost convinced that there will be snow pen sword coming our way. Now I know you're on about yourself in the USA, but I'm convinced that it's coming our way just because of the cold as it is. And as I said, like I'm coming back from like a very quick vacation, well, it was work and vacation. And as I said, I'm coming back from like a really really nice temperature. Like when I say a nice temperature, it's like even at like 2 o'clock in the morning, which should be like cold or some of the coldest time of the day or evening, whatever. I'm still walking. I can still be walking around in like a shorts and a t-shirt, no problem whatsoever. And honestly, I would love that to be the case. I'm sure you guys can do that in most of where you live, I'm sure, if you really want to. But I would love if I could do that full time. Like, you know, I think I'm going to talk to you guys about the trip and all the details. But it's definitely got me got a bit of an appetite for having two houses in the future, right? Like like I could be renting them. I don't have to own them or whatever. Like just basically somewhere, right? So basically, and I remember my brother many years ago talking about this, and now I completely even more so understand that you could literally, if you could, and I definitely would love this, is if you could have two houses or apartments, whatever, renting or otherwise, that you could have to escape to when you want to be free from the cold. So, for example, when it's winter in, let's say, Europe, I could flee to, let's say, Dubai, right? And then when it becomes the summer in Dubai, or this could be Latin America, like, basically you're going from north to southern hemisphere, or depending, on the location on the planet. But basically, the summer in the Middle East is like 50 degrees or higher, right? And that's absolutely insane. That's just insanity. That's like, you can't go outside without probably dying type weather, realistically. So when it becomes the summer there, you can retreat to Europe where the temperature will be definitely a lot more moderate than that, but still nice. It's not going to be cold. And then as the winter sets in, let's say around November or so, you can retreat back to, let's say, Dubai, and you can spend a couple of months there until the hot weather comes in again. So literally, you're escaping the cold, and you never have to fucking worry about it. Outside of maybe the odd day here and there, but you know what I'm saying. But like once again, you can apply this to other places um, that you can escape to. So that'd be great, having a holiday home of some description. Like you could rent, like for example, you could make it, like, to make it financially viable, you could rent, if you wanted to, you could rent out, let's say, the house that you're not, or even apartment that you're not living in, like Airbnb, or set up some short-term leasing, for a couple of months. So, the people are moving out whenever you want to come back. So that will be an interesting way to, to at least afford to be able to do it. So even if you didn't buy that apartment or whatever, like, or let's say you have a mortgage on it, literally the mortgage will be paying for itself because you have people in it, let's say 5, 6 months of the year or whatever, while you're in your actual, when you're in your other stay. So that, like, it's obviously possible. It would definitely be something I'd be interested in. One home could be, as I said, Europe. Another could be, just on the other side of the world where I can escape the cold, because Jay doesn't like the amount. I don't mind a bit of cold, like I'm used to it, but I'd rather not have it. But I don't want it too hot either, so I'd like something just kind of more mild, a more mild climate all year round. And I don't know, is there any place realistically, maybe there is, maybe you guys know of a place that it's just a good temperature all year round. It's never fluctuating into like extremes, so it doesn't get extreme cold and it doesn't get extreme hot. If you guys know anywhere, I'll definitely feel free to voice it. But yeah, winter rental type thing. Yeah. Um, you ever heard of Yokai Watch? Mostly a 3DS series plus an anime. Never heard of it. Yokai. It's that. I'm sure I've heard some monsters or something or some creatures in a game called Yokai before. Sounds very Japanese anyway, so it probably was. Or something to that effect. We only had 2 days of snow. It took an extra day to melt, so not bad. At least your snow is likely to stick. Oh, ours definitely wouldn't anyway. Maybe for a day if you're lucky. I always wanted a house in Sydney, Australia, and one in Europe, so I could always live in summer. Yeah, like that's literally what I'm talking about. That you can have two separate places. That would be ideal. And obviously, you'd have to figure out the visa situation. But generally speaking, if you can afford to have a house in another country, usually that will get you a visa anyway. That can be like a golden visa or whatever you call it on your side of things. But a golden visa is pretty much like when you uh, have enough money to invest in the country by buying property, for example. Now, every country has like different requirements of how you can get such a visa. But let's just say, you didn't want to be tied there on a work visa or whatever. You just wanted to pretty much, look, I have money. I'm going to buy a property there. Give me visa, you know? Um, but yeah, every country is different. I think like the USA, for example, it's probably like about 1 million or something like that for one of those visas. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think Dubai it's closer to about 2 million. Just and the reason why I say Dubai is because literally I just came back from there, so I'm not sure what it is in Ireland and stuff, but it's it will definitely be paying for some sort of property there anyway. You'll carry Japanese supernatural creatures. That's probably why I know so. Hey Ego, welcome to the stream. You're not going to find that with climate change. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. Ecuador or anything on the equator has consistent temperature. I've never been to Ecuador. We'll have to scout this place. I'll need to figure out how I'm going to get to Ecuador. So you probably heard the word before. Yeah, yeah. So like that's what I'm talking about. Another home could be Jay's pecs where he could escape the cold. See, that's great for you, Nabe, that you can escape the into my pecs, and that would be a great way to escape the cold. The only problem is that I can't escape the cold. You can, but I can't. So unless you like unless you stay in there as I travel to somewhere that's escaping the cold. But then you might get too hot while you're in there, and that might not be comfortable for you. So, and like, guys, I don't know, have I ever said this to you? I probably did at least at some point in my career of streaming, but I'm a radiator when it comes to heat. Like, literally, I will warm everything around me. Like, I'm brilliant to be around in cold environments because I'm fucking so warm. Like my energy, like my bot, like all the thermal that's going on probably from all the digesting of food and the muscle and all that stuff, like the what's it, thermogenesis. That just literally radiates so much heat, and I'm just like a human radiator. So like if you're cold and you want to like snuggle up with me in bed, you will be super warm and very toasty, let's say, quite quickly. Obviously, the problem with that, right, is that um, if we're in a hot environment and if you don't have AC or whatever, then it might be a bit of a pain in the ass. So you'll have to like scooch away from me when you're sleeping. Plus, I don't want anyone sleeping next to me when I'm sleeping anyway, as in like literally next to me. Like, give me space. I need my space when I sleep. But before you fall asleep, you could definitely have a cuddle and like feel the warmth and stuff. That sounds like a good idea. So why not? Why not? He's the literal definition of hot. I'm the okay. Those are your words. Those are your words. I'm literally the definition of hot. Like literally, yes, because of the heat I radiate. But that doesn't mean I don't personally feel the cold. I'm a lot more resistant to it. Um, but definitely people who are cold who are in my presence, they get warm extremely quickly just because. Now that could be other types of warmth and happiness too. You're in your happy place at that time. I don't know. Jay just said he likes his space. I like my space. What? Okay, what's wrong with me liking my space? One soul, third son, big muscle flexing. Welcome to you. Thanks for pressing the follow button. I don't think there's anything wrong with having your own space in a bed, guys. Like, I don't want someone curled into me as I'm trying to sleep. I'm sorry, but like, I want my space. You can do that before you fall asleep and then scooch over to your side of the bed, type thing. Um, like, surely I can't be alone in wanting that. Hey Pondy, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Oh, you're agreeing. Okay, you're agreeing. Okay, good, good. I like to cuddle too. I love cuddling. I'm a great cuddler. I don't get to do it as often as I'd like to, in all honesty, but I like to do it as long as you then leave me alone to fall asleep afterwards. Guys, I'm a simple guy. I don't ask for much, okay? I'm just telling you, give me my space. You do that and I'm happy. It's fine. I don't need attention all the time, you know? Just like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I think if I was dating someone, I literally like a text or two a day would keep me more than happy. You know, that type of thing. Like, I'm not someone who needs to be constantly being text. If anything, I'd rather not be constantly text or called, because I have other people, like other friends and stuff, who will also want my attention, and grateful for that, obviously. But like, I don't want to be on my phone all the time texting and voice messages back to the same person every fucking day, you know, like for hours and hours. Now I know, and like, okay, tell me your experience of dating someone, okay, when it comes to keeping in contact through the phone, or maybe you keep in contact by email. Maybe it's one of those type of relationships. But give me your experience of what it's like, of what it was, of what it is like, or what it was like, if you have experience of dating. Like how often do you like to get text? How often do you like um or even how often you like to text? Like, do you have like a kind of a threshold, let's say, like a quota that, like, okay, if he texts me or she texts me, whatever, um, if they text me, you know, once or twice a day, or sends me a quick voice message in the morning saying good morning, good night, in the evening, whatever, I'm happy. Like, do you have like little requirements that you would like, or or pretty, they could be like a red flag if you don't get them? Like, let me know. I'll tell you what mine are. So let's have a discussion. Let's have a quick discussion on that, and then I'm going to start and talking about that trip to Dubai as well. So, guys, if you've been in if you've dated someone before, or currently dating someone, or you're in a relationship with someone, let me know what you think. At least for yourself, obviously, this is very personal. Like, what's your kind of threshold? What keeps you happy when someone is interacting with you, communicating with you? Like, do you expect multiple texts a day? Do you expect a phone call a day? Do you expect at least the bare minimum of a message in the morning, a message at night? You tell me. You tell me what your kind of preferences are, if you even have them. Maybe you're just so easygoing. It's like, if he texts us once every couple of days, I'm fine. You could be like that too. There are people who like literally need attention, like 24/7 type thing. Trust me, if you're one of those, please stay the hell away from me, because we will not get along. We will not get along. I like my space. I like my space. So let me see if you guys. The twins aren't getting no space. The twins are having plenty of space, but you're not going to let them get space if you were near me, Ponty. It must be hard to have space with pecs that have their own gravitational pull. Guys, for fuck's sake, it's hard. Okay, it's hard. But we gotta make it work, okay? We gotta make it work. I just want the titties to grab. Well, the thing is, okay, you are more than welcome to grab my titties, or be pulled towards my titties, as long as you know when to leave me the hell alone at the same time. So, there we go. We call it boundaries, people. We call it boundaries. Like, even if I'm deeply in love with you, you broke Jay. Like, even if I'm deeply in love with you, I still don't want you like at me 24/7. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all need space. Um, it doesn't mean I don't love you or I don't care for you. I just literally just give me fucking 5 minutes to myself. God damn it. Okay, Nebe, treat me like a body pillow, pick me up at the end of the day, and squeeze me against your body. Ooh. um, A messenger pigeon. Okay, so are we going to the messenger pigeons at this stage? Hey, warming up. Welcome to the stream. We're going to the messenger pigeons. We're going like way back to this era. Yes, I'm gonna send you a written letter. Remember those things, guys. Letters. Let's go back a little bit further for those who mightn't be quite my age yet. Pencils and pens. Pencils and pens. These are things you can use to write. It doesn't involve tapping on phone. It doesn't involve tapping on keyboard. You need to literally pick up a pen or pencil or something to write with anyway, and you need to write on paper. Paper, people, paper. I know this is like ancient technology, but there was a time when we would send letters to each other, and there was a time way back in the medieval days where they would write maybe love notes or other, well, probably a lot more important things than love notes. Like kings, for example, would literally send, their deepest darkest secrets. We're going to war at dawn or something, like in these type of letters or whatever. Obviously sealed with the king's seal, but you'd literally tie it up to a pigeon, to a raven or whatever, and it would like fly off somehow. I don't know how the hell it happened, how it works, but they train it somehow, and that's how they done, you know, ancient email back in the day. Ancient email. So if you're still someone that loves that stuff, then awesome. But we're going into modern day with texts and voice messages and phone calls. I know phone calls are probably ancient technology for most people at this stage. Like, even tell me, like, what is your preference when it comes to phone calls? Are you one of those people that do not want to answer the phone unless literally it's like a last resort? It's like, don't fucking send me, don't fucking ring me when it can be a text message. Are you one of those people? you know? Um, I like chatting throughout the day, says Ponty. Chorus, one in the morning, one in the evening, maybe a few here and there. Yeah, I think that's very sweet. Like, if you're dating someone or you're in a relationship with someone, I think like having a message in the morning, a message in the evening, like before you go to bed, and maybe the odd one here and there. Like, if it is necessary. Otherwise, it comes across as clingy or whatever, and that's just, in my opinion, not attractive. I don't want anyone to need me that in that way. You know what I'm saying? Like, want me, but don't need me. There's a huge difference. Does anyone know the difference? Please, God, tell me you know the difference between wanting and needing someone. I do not want to be needed. Now, maybe in a sexual way, we could all need a little bit of sexual healing. Oh, yeah. When you get that sexual feeling. We might be a little bit needy from time to time for that type of thing, right? Just need a little bit of love. Um, but for the love of God, want me, not need me. And that's going to be one of my new quotes. We're going to use this on a regular basis. So add on to the quotes, please. Um, my reading and gaming library has grown a lot. Pensword, we're way off topic, man. I like chatting. Okay, so chatting trade today. Okay, Optimus Dork. Hey, Optimus. Not every moment, but quite a bit to have a good chat going to get to know each other and stay in touch. Just a hi and good night won't do that for me. Okay, so if you're dating someone, you want to have a more of a consistent chat if the opportunity develops, or yeah, it literally, what's the word I'm looking for? Presents itself. If the opportunity presents itself, you want to have a chat. Well, that's that. Obviously, yeah, that's fine. Like, if you're brand new, let's say the first couple of weeks or whatever, and you're only getting maybe like a hi and good night type thing, maybe that mightn't cut it for people in the first couple of weeks in the opening. Um, maybe you want to have a little bit more of a routine going on, but then you can kind of back off then maybe after the let's say the initial honeymoon period or whatnot. Dr. D Bizzle, big muscle flexing. Thank you so much for the subscription. Much appreciated for 15 months, my friend. 15 months, Dr. D. 15 months is my sub walking yet. It's so cute, but not as cute as Jay's twins. Ah. Oh, oh, you. Thank you so much for that. To both Nebe and also to Dr. D on helping support the stream, helping the paid electricity and the internet bills in this fucking crazy environment. Excuse my F words because I use the words way too often, but look, it is what it is. Ego, a text once or 2 weeks to see what's up. Ego, that's you in the opening dating stage. It's like, if I get a text or two, once a week, once every 2 weeks, I'm cool. Like, if that's you, wow, I have to applaud you for like being that like, well, look, you can see that as a negative in one way too, just saying, but being able to be like that, I say nonchalant in a way, that's a toughie. That's oof. You're definitely not wanting to come along as clingy or anything anyway. It's like, yeah, look, text me once or twice a week, it's fine. Just tell me what's up. Just want to see what's happening. I don't have a quota for how much they message me, but what kills me is reply time. Oh my holy shit! Oh my god, you brought up such an amazing topic there. I need to get back to that. If you reply to one message, then dip for a day or two, and my reply to your previous message is left all that time. Nah, that's an interesting one. I didn't. Now, obviously, the reply time is something that a lot of people are sticklers for. I've had that in the one of the last people that I dated. Um, they now they've changed since the first. Let's say, like, you have to put your foot down sometimes, but they've changed. So they've progressed, this person. Um, but when I first started dating that person, like, they would literally every so often bring up to me that I was not replying fast enough. Even if I like, or maybe I'm replying fast and then suddenly there's like a big break, like a couple of hours because I got busy or whatever. Maybe I didn't have, not that I didn't have time, but maybe I've just became absent-minded and life happens and things get in the way. Like, that can happen when you're in the middle of a conversation too. Something happens, like, let's say you're out, maybe you're texting, no problem, you're waiting for a reply, then all of a sudden you go silent. The other person's being like, oh, is this something I said, or what the hell just happened? Like, why did he do this to me? Like, why is he leaving me? Like, what? Like, that person could go into overthinking mode. But all what happened on your end is someone caught your attention. I don't know, your boss, you saw a friend, just something happened. Like, literally your time away from the phone is just immediate, and it look, shit like that happens all the time. So, like, would you count that against someone if they text back a couple of hours later being like, I'm so sorry this happened, la la la, you know? But I remember in that previous experience of mine, um, every so often the person will kind of like a little bit of a nudge, being like, you took X amount of hours to reply back to me, or you, or whatever. Like, there are times, like, even with my friends, like one of my friends texted me right before stream saying that they forgot that I sent a voice message to them. And this was a couple of days ago, right? And they were checking in to see how I am because they completely forgot. Like, they listened to it, but life got in the way. Like, do you think I was there being like, oh my God, what a shitty friend you are? I'm like, I don't give a shit. Like, it's fine. Like, but then again, that's a friend, like, you might have a different approach with friends. Now, for me, if the text message or the voice message or whatever is a matter of urgency, that changes everything. Like, if I need a reply, like, ASAP because I don't know, maybe I'm booking plane tickets, or concert tickets for us or something, and like it's kind of timely. It's a very you need to kind of be there at that moment. Like, then I get pissed off if you don't reply fast enough, particularly if this is why I'm texting you or we're in the middle of a conversation about it. Like, I need a reply ASAP. Now, that does piss me off. But I think that would piss anyone off when you need an answer and you're not getting it. So, these timely events. As long as I have time to respond, I can text, but I need some space, says Ben. Um, Jay sets a timer for affection, says Ponty. Ponty, is that literally how you read it? It's like, I have a timer for affection. It's like, okay, I'm going putting 10 minutes on my phone now, and you have 10 minutes of affection with me, and the moment that alarm beeps, we stop the affection. Is that the impression you're getting of me? Oh, the comments are getting freaky, says Worm. Pen written letter on parchment with wax seal. Exactly, Chorus. I think that's what Pensword loves anyway. Jay wants his Bridgerton romance letters. Man, I'm telling you, like, when it comes to letters, like, as I said, they're old fashioned and whatever, but there's a personal touch that just doesn't beat a letter. You know what I'm saying? Like, surely it's not just me, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's just something, it took extra effort to write that letter. Now, do I receive letters on a regular basis? No, unless they're fucking bills or whatever. But it's still nice to get a letter every now and then. Like, if I got a random, like, oh my god, if I was dating someone and someone sent a random letter to my house or something, like completely out of the blue, I'd be like, wow, like, that will get me. Like, would that get you? Let's say you were at work, right? And someone you're dating or your partner or whatever literally just sent you a random letter. Like, wouldn't that touch you? Like, more than a text being like, hey babe, you look good today. Can't wait to fuck you when I get back. It's like, isn't it nicer if you got that on a letter or something? Like, I think it, like, romance isn't dead, people. Romance isn't dead. Like, Jesus Christ, I'm a sucker for that shit. Like, it would be funny at least. Yeah, I think it would be good. And I unfortunately don't have a collection of love letters, but I've definitely written some letters in my time to people. I think it's romantic as fuck, but look, call me old fashioned or whatever. Now, that doesn't mean that I literally go and I'm doing letters on a regular basis. I'm just saying, it could be nice. Outside of when you write a letter for a birthday or stuff like that, like, I'm on about something more. Like, okay, maybe you might only ever write a letter. Maybe it's for like Valentine's Day or something like that, right? Or maybe to your significant other, or maybe someone you're dating. Maybe you'll write it on a card for their birthday or anniversary, whatever. Like, did you ever like get flowers at work? Like, I'm not really a flowers person, as in like, if someone gave me flowers now, I would appreciate it, but I'm not like, oh, flowers, oh my god. I'm like, can I eat them? Where's the protein? That's literally all I'd be there. I'd be like, there's not really much protein in flowers, but so I don't kind of want the flowers. There you go. I don't. Give me chocolate. Give me chocolate. Chocolate's good. Chocolate's good. At least when I'm bulking. At least when I'm bulking. But did you ever like get random flowers at work or sent to somewhere? Like, I think that stuff is nice. I think that's a nice bit of gravitas to everything. Um, I don't mind calls, but if it's to say one thing and then hang up, nah. Unless I call you, I'm not answering. Text me is preference. Yeah, but a texting chat isn't per se clingy either. It depends on how much and how often. Yeah, absolutely. Like, if something happened and you're having a text, like, it's very natural. Uh, I wouldn't find that clingy at all. Like, you know, It's like, oh my god, I need to tell you what would just happened. Like, oh my god, that bitch just cut me off there, and oh my god, I went for her and I fucking dragged that bitch down the street and I fucking, that type of stuff is entertaining. I want those text messages. I wouldn't call that clingy. But yeah, guys, if you're just joining in on the chat, we're currently discussing, well, we're discussing a couple of different things, but we're discussing what's your preference. If you're dating someone or have dated someone, or maybe you're currently in a relationship, what's your preference when it comes to like how often you want to be text or have communication with that person? Like, is your minimum, let's say you have a minimum, like, would your minimum be like once in the morning, once in the evening, kind of a good morning, good night, maybe a couple of text messages here and there? Are you happy to leave it for multiple days at a time? Not that you don't care, but you just don't really need to be text or a phone call or voice message all that often. And what's your kind of reply time as well when it comes to it? Like, do you have preferences for reply times? Like, is it your pet peeve if someone takes too long to reply to you? Or to leave you on read or seen or whatever it is on your app, seen or read, and they never answered your question? Like, my pet peeve is if it's urgent and I need a reply ASAP and you don't reply to me, then I get very fucking pissed off. Um, but once again, that's few and far between that actually happens. And examples of this is if you're like booking tickets for something and you kind of need, if it's a concert because they might sell out, the bet those seats that you want sell out. It's for a plane, to get, because you're going on holiday, you name it, that type of stuff. The urgent, literally, I need a reply ASAP, or else those seats are gone. Those tickets are gone. That's what I'm on about. When it comes to like urgent messages, or I have a reservation, I want to book a reservation for something, and like I need you to cooperate, like literally right fucking now. Um, so that would be my personal pet peeve. Um, yeah, throughout the day, but not like every moment, like a natural, nice flow, but not glued to each other. Yeah, I like that too. I like that too. Uh, oh, I'll need you, Daddy. I'll need those memories. You call Pex like a cat making biscuits. Oh my god. Down boy, down horse. I own a Nikita, and I can be aloof just like my dog. Oh my god, Nikita! One of my best friends has a Nikita. Totally get what you mean. Totally get what you mean. I sometimes don't get a reply back for months. For months? Who the hell doesn't reply back to you for months? Now, look, I don't really judge my friends if they don't text back, like even for a couple of days at a time, because life gets in the way, people forget, or there is the extremely odd occasion that literally you just need a break from everything, and you just hide for a couple of months. I can get those ones. Um, but if you just get like, if someone just literally replies to me months later and it's like, hey, what's up? And maybe they left me on scene a couple of months ago, or I had a question they never answered a couple of months ago, and then they just say, hey, what's up? I'm like, hey, what's up? Fuck you. Um, you know, but I'll act all cool because I'm a chill guy. I hate the people who will lead you on to be real, but they come up with every excuse not to meet. Well, if you've had a couple of dates, hopefully that doesn't happen. But trying to get like the initial meetup, that can definitely happen. People are just wasting your time. People might ghost you. People can still ghost you after a couple of dates, obviously. Um, but yeah, leading you on and not really wanting to meet. Now, sometimes the timing is just not there. Like, you want to meet, but like literally you have a week of hell in front of you, and you literally, it could be work related. There's other stresses in life. These type of things happen, or you're going through a bit of a bad period. Like, you said you'd meet up, but now you've changed your mind because you're just not feeling it at the moment. It might not be personal, as in it's not really about them. It's more like, I need my space. You know what I'm saying? But like if it's intentional, just trying to lead you on, and really you don't give a shit about meeting them, yeah, of course that would be, yeah, that's just not right. That shit's not right. That's why I rarely use dating apps. The odd time, but very rarely. I try anyway. A couple of hours is fine. I'm talking a day minimum, and it's regularly happening. Oh, okay. So if they're regularly replying to like one text a day type thing, it takes like a reply takes a whole day or something on a regular basis. Yeah, maybe. Then again, like if it's consistent, maybe that's just how they text. You know what I'm saying? If it's at least it's consistent. So there's that side of things too. Like that's I would definitely be looking at the consistency, because not everyone is a texter. I know, guys, in this modern day, not everyone likes to text. There you go. Not everyone is as addicted to their phones as you might think they are. A hell of a lot of people are, but not everybody. Just some people don't like texting. But if it's consistent, then at least you know it's a consistent thing and it's not just you kind of thing, you know? As in, like maybe you talked to one of their friends and it's like, oh yeah, he does that all the time. Then you're like, oh, well, okay. That's just me. But I think even on a first date or a second date, or you could always bring that up. I think that's you're setting in an expectancy. I don't think there's anything wrong with setting an expectancy if you feel like you want to. Like, it's like you're meeting up for the first date, second date, whatever, right? And you're like, look, by the way, I'm just going to let you know how I like to text, how I like to like communicate with people, la la la. Look, I'm not really much of a texter, so look, don't worry if I don't text for a couple of hours, or sometimes if it's a day. That's just me. I'm like that. I'm not on my phone all the time. I don't really like being near my phone. Like, if you're setting that like from day one, or at least early on, like you can't really blame the person if literally months later you're getting pissed off because they're taking too long to text you. They literally told you that's how they are. And you shouldn't try and change that either. Like, if it's going to be a problem, then at least you know it's going to be a problem early on, and it's not like pissing you off weeks and months later, right? Like, I'd give someone major respect for literally telling me, I'm not much of a texter, or else, look, letting you know, I expect this amount of texts. Okay? It's like, I'm someone who likes to show affection, and I like to like send voice messages. I like to send text messages a couple of times a day. I like to keep in contact. Like, you know what I'm saying? If they're telling you literally this is how they like to communicate, is that so wrong? Each to their own. Some people mightn't like it, other people might like it. Wow, But at least they fucking told you. Better than getting ghosted. If they state times on replying, then way too needy. A nudge, maybe, but don't count the seconds. Of course, we've been there, trust me. Oh, it's a pain. Feel like it's important you wouldn't text because it can easily be missed. Yeah, it depends on the situation. Yeah, I think a phone call is probably better for if it's an urgent thing. But then again, the situation they might not be in, you might have caught them at the wrong time. They could be in the middle of work where they can maybe text, but they can't go on the phone. So, there are instances where phone calls just can't happen, They won't, maybe they're not allowed on their break, for a while, la la la. They can't just run to the bathroom. Well, maybe they can, maybe they can't, I don't know. But look, there's times where you literally have to resort to the text message. Um, I like the pen they use in fancy letters, I'm so nerdy. Maybe romance is on life support. Sometimes. Sometimes chivalry is dead, sometimes romance is dead. You just look, it is what it is. I'm a sucker for a bit of romance, okay? Like, I won't say that I'm a very romantic person, but I definitely enjoy when people make effort, you know? If I see that they're making effort, then I'm going to be even more wanting to make effort, right? Like, particularly if there's a good connection between us. So, I like a little bit of romance. I like a little bit. But in saying that, I'm not one of those people who are like, oh yeah, so we're gonna book, for our 1 month anniversary, I'm gonna book flights to Paris, and we're gonna like, have champagne on the Eiffel Tower, and we're gonna have this romantic view overlooking the Louvre, whatever, the Champ de Vent, and blah la 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 la. Like, I'm not that much of a romantic. Don't. Now, if you want to be like that to me, cool. But I probably am not going to go to that extent. I'm not that much of a romantic. I like simplicity. I like simple, thoughtful, sentimental things. I used to send thank you cards after play dates I had with a daddy. Oh my god, that is so. I don't think I've ever heard of that. That is amazing. I don't mean to laugh in a bad way. I'm literally, wow. That is amazing. That is good. That is good. I have never heard of that before, Chorus. You used to send thank you cards after play dates that you had with a daddy. Nice. Very smooth. Very smooth. Well done, my friend. Well done. I don't want to be mean, but that sounds some stalker shit. First, let me start. Oh, worm. Oh, worm. Like maybe the daddy liked letters. I actually write letters to my future love. It's something I've been doing for a long time now. Pensword, I have a very serious question about you writing letters to your future love. First, it sounds lovely. But second, the person knows it's you, right? This person is real, right? You're not like preparing letters for what you will say to someone in the future. Like, I'm going to write this, and this is going to be the first letter, this is going to be the second letter, this is going to be the third. Like, this person knows they are your future love. It's not coming across like stalkery, like random letters in the door from anonymous, your secret admirer, your future love. Can't wait to be with you. Oh god. Oh Jesus. Benson, I'm stomping on your parade. I apologize, but I see this, and I can see it in multiple different ways. Um, no, I don't deliver them. I burn them in the fire and move on. Okay. So the person doesn't know. So, okay, do you have someone in mind? Like, is there someone that you would call your future love right now, or is it more like, I just want to get some feelings out on paper, but I'm just going to then burn them? It's like writing a text message and never sending it, like deleting it. That's actually very healthy to do, by the way. It's like I said this before. I said this before that if you're an overthinker, like I definitely can be, a little bit less than what I used to be, thank God. But if it's keeping you awake at night, do you know like how your brain just sometimes randomly thinks of events of something that happened, you know, many fucking decades ago, like literally no relevance to your current situation or whatever, and it's keeping you up at night? One great way to kind of get rid of that is literally getting a journal. It doesn't even have to be a journal, but literally writing it down on paper. And the reason why I say paper, preferably anyway, paper, is because when you're typing it, the connection with your brain it doesn't register it as strong, and also probably more importantly is that looking at the screen will keep you awake even longer with the light, right? But writing it down on paper, it puts your thoughts onto the paper, and then you can literally they're removed from your head, so that can definitely be a nice way to deal with overthinking. So similarly, with writing letters to your future love and burning them, that's something. Or as mentioned, if you're going to write a really nasty email or reply to someone, you could write it and never send it. Or maybe you had an ex, and like maybe you have one of those days. Like, did you ever have, guys? Here's another topic for you, but onto what we're talking about. Did you ever have one of those days that you wanted to text your ex? They randomly came up in your thoughts and you kind of drifted into this little, wonderland for just a little bit of bliss, possibly. Maybe you remembered the good times. It was a moment, right? And you got a little bit weak, maybe. Just that one time. Just that one time you got a little bit weak. And you're there being like, I should text. I should text. Did you ever have that? Did you ever have that type of moment? Good thing. Type it and don't send it. Unless you really, 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 really think it's going to do you good. It probably won't. It really probably won't. So there you go. I will get you edible flowers. Are the flowers full of protein? That's literally going to be my question again. If the flower doesn't have protein, I don't know if I want it. But edible flowers, at least is something. It's closer to food. Give me money for some romance. Ben, I think what you want is a renting website. We call them escorts, or rent boys, or rent girls and stuff. That's one way you can have money for romance. It might not quite be legal in your city or whatnot. Who knows? But where there's a will, there's a way. You could literally just go on a dating app and offer money to people. People will, there's a good opportunity. People will say yes because people want money. So there's that. You know what has protein? Food has protein, Ponty. Food has protein, yes. I know exactly what you mean. This titty streamer won't take his shirt off. Riot. You like getting those types of calls from people? I actually like receiving phone calls from hidden numbers. It adds mystery to them. Says Worm. Oh my god, I can't wait for this potential scam caller. Hello, love of mine. Oh my god, guys, that's what you should do. Do you know if you ever see like a scam caller, like literally scam the scammer, like play with the scammer? Like when you see like one of these like random phone calls, like potential scam coming up and be like literally just open up the message and be like, hey lover, I've been waiting for your message. Or something like that. Like literally mess with them and like keep it going. Like get their reaction and just be like, what do you mean? We were just talking a few minutes ago. I was waiting for you. Don't act like you don't know. Like why don't you want this to happen? Just like keep it going. Oh my god, that would be amazing. That would be so comical. I'm going doing that. I'm going doing it on the next phone call that I get. That's from a scam, or spam, whatever. Assuming romantic partner in brackets. If I don't get a reply for months, we're not romantically involved. Yeah, I think yes. I think that's. If you were romantically involved with someone and you didn't get a reply in months, then I don't think, unless that person went into a coma or something like that, or a horrible accident and literally could not message you, then yes. I don't think there's a romance there. Then Mikeson, hey, welcome to the stream. My boyfriend leaves early in the morning for work. All I need from him is to text me once he got to work to make sure he's safe, and leaving work, then catch up once he gets home. That's nice. That's nice. Plus you're keeping tabs on the boyfriend at the same time, being like, did you make it to work? Where are you? Oh. What time is this? You said you left work at 6 and it's 7. It usually takes you 30 minutes to get home. Why did it take an extra 30 minutes? Who's that fucking slut? Who's that slut? Who's that mistress taking your attention away from me? Who? You could go in that route. but we'll be like, it's to make sure that you're safe. We've all done that. I just really care for your safety. Really do. But I'm sure it's all about. Now, that stuff is really cute. Like I say that to my friends quite often. For example, even after I leave them, be like, hey, can you text me when you get home? Or they'll say the same to me. Text me when you get home. It's that type of stuff, right? I like that. Also, I get to keep tabs on them to make sure that they go home. And if they don't text me, then go fuck themselves. Uh, I think that's why Grindr, Scruff, and the rest are dead social media platforms. Gasp and clutches pearls. It's absolutely kills. What's an NY sort of momentum for a conversation? Oh, Annie. Okay. I was like, NY. I'll say some really funny shit, and by the time the reply comes, it's not funny anymore. Yeah, time, man, comedy, Nebe. Timing is everything when it comes to comedy. I get it. I completely get it. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. I like to play with pecs and not be timed while doing it. Well, you're on the clock now, Ponty. Only my first BF got that treatment, but not for others, especially if I'm in my home mode. In my home mode, love it. I would, I, I would do things like hide a letter in your gym bag saying how much I appreciate you. Aw, that is so cute. On a on a very unrelated moment to this very cute thing, I just need to text someone. Where the fuck was my message? Why didn't I get a message in my gym bag, you fucking prick? XOXO. Purely unrelated, I assure you that, you know. Unrelated. Personally, from seeing the Louvre, it wasn't great. I love how that's how you literally latched onto that. He got prep time. He's gonna use it. There is no person I give them to. Oh, Pensword, that's. Oh, I hope you know what, Pensword, for you. I hope one day you'll be able to give these letters to someone. You know that's my hope for you. I write to my dream guy. Aw, you know what? It keeps you sharp. You know, if you think of it that way, it also keeps you very sharp with your writing and such. It started off as therapeutic, then it just became a habit. Man, more power to you. More power to you. I do the same thing when I want to talk to my dad. Oh wow, okay. That's very sweet. That's very sweet. Very thoughtful. Welcome to Jay's 50 Shades of Grey. Thankfully, not this recent one. A couple of people got caught trafficking people here near my town. Oh my god. This got dark very quickly, didn't it? We're on about escorts, and now it's about people trafficking. Chorus. I dated an escort once. I wasn't paying. It made for fun stories. Me. How was your day? Him. I lost a dildo up a client for an hour. Did that conversation literally happen at one point? Like, dear God, like those dildos did just disappear up some people. Like what's that about? You know what? One. Speaking of dildos, now there's a sentence. There's a bit of a transition in a sentence I didn't think I'd be saying tonight on this stream. But speaking of dildos. And this is very relevant, FYI. This is very relevant. Okay, this transits very, very good. So, when before I was flying to Dubai, I was nervous because I haven't been properly in the Middle East before, and you know the Middle East can be, you know, I don't think it's literally news to anybody, but the Middle East can be quite strict, let's say, on same sexual relations and stuff like that. So we'll talk more about that a little bit later. But I asked one of my friends who frequently visits Dubai, you know, is there stuff that I can't put in my luggage that I mightn't consider like I would consider maybe normal, but they might like be very much against it, kind of thing, you know, like just to make sure that I'm, you know, going, but I'm literally being as respectful and I'm not going to get in trouble by coming to the country and have something inappropriate in my bag, which I wouldn't have thought would have been a problem. You know, that type of thing. So I literally, so I literally asked him, okay, so can you tell me like the do's and don'ts of what to put in luggage? The first thing, this shows how great of a friend he is, just as an FYI, okay? The first thing, literally, without s, and this is him talking on the phone as an FYI, not a text message. So he was very serious, very, very serious when he said this to me. The first thing on his list of what you should not bring to Dubai: do not put dildos in your suitcase. Why, thank you for that, because I carry dildos apparently in my suitcase everywhere I need to fucking go. Like, look, when the moment strikes, I suppose, you just need a little bit of rubber up your ass, but there you go. Like, literally, the first thing, do not put dildos in your suitcase. Like, I don't put dildos anywhere in I don't put them in I don't even put them anywhere anyway. The closest thing I put a dildo on is when I want to pretend to be a fucking unicorn and just like, "Rrr." Yes, I've done this on multiple occasions. I've stuck a dildo to my head and pretended I was a unicorn. Okay? Yeah, that's true story. I've done it multiple times. It's fun. You know why? Because I'm a dickhead. So there you go. True story. True story. You don't think it's too sappy, my writing letters? No. What's sappy about it? If that's your thing, that's your thing. Like, everyone has their thing. Yes, that conversation did happen. If a toy's base is too small, it can get lost in the void. Ego, some people just have a void that just cannot be filled. Let's just put it that way. Been there. You really learn a lot about a person when dildos come into a conversation. You do, right? You do. You really do. I had an ex that got caught bringing dildos to an anema to visit me. Love it. Like, guys, I don't know about you, but putting dildos into my suitcase isn't on my first list of priorities, particularly if I'm going to be visiting a country that particularly is, you know, extremely conservative when it comes to, let's say, even sex in general. And that's sex, whether it's same-sexual relations or whether it's, well, straight. You know, so it wouldn't have literally anywhere on my list of potential what would have been in my suitcase anyway. But I'm really glad, my friend, number one priority, do not put dildos into your suitcase. Love it. Zakora, big muscle flexing, welcome to you. Thanks for pressing the follow button. Better to sample the local cuisine than bring old reliable. Yes, exactly. So where did you hide them? Where did I hide it to? There were no There were no dildos. Yeah, look, I didn't want to put them into. I didn't want to put the dildos into the suitcase, so I just shoved them up my ass. So when they came to the X-ray, they were like, "What the fuck?" You know, they were like, "Oh, holy shit." When I would travel to international Mr. Leather, I'd put a dildo in a Ziploc with some water for moisture. Very moist. We do love a moist dildo. To make sure security stopped looking as soon as they saw it. God. That is clever, but also the fuck. Just need to get creative, bring an electric toothbrush. There we go. You could literally substitute. Okay, maybe it might be as... Maybe it might not be as girthy as a dildo, but an electric toothbrush can do wonders Now there's a there's a sentence I thought I'd never say, but there we go. Been there. Oh my god, you guys. Oh Jesus Christ. The twins could have it could have been there. Oh yeah, you think I'm just gonna shove one in between the twins and just close up? Huh. There's an idea. Unrelated topic, like not for the airport, but there's something. Interesting. By the way, have you guys checked out my J for Pay and an upcoming video on a completely unrelated topic to what I literally just said? Talk about that for a transition there for a promo, huh? Just saying. Wait until the electronic toothbrush gets sucked in. Oh my god, it gets sucked into the gaping void, right? Well, you definitely will get the vibrations. I learned that from the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once. That is such a great movie. Hey, if you're brave and creative enough, anything can be a dildo. Anything can be a dildo. Where's the link tree? Is the J for Pay where you play? Is where you play a dentist? Possibly. I can give you a filling or two. I can definitely give you a bit of an oral inspection. I could put on my gloves and give you a little bit of a frisk. Funny enough, this topic came up on Valentine's Day at work. Oh my god. Lol. So literally, your okay, at work, at Valentine's, the topic of anything can be a dildo came up at work. Is that literally what you're telling me? Y'all nasty and I like it. So guys, if you're just joining the stream, we literally have been on it literally started devolving into dildos there. But if you're joining in on the stream, the main topic that we're talking about at the moment, and I want to catch you guys up with my trip to Dubai for my first time there. But what we've been talking about, in case you kind of came in and kind of missed some of it, besides the dildo talk, that literally, it was a good transition. It literally was a transition there. We're literally talking about, do you have like a preference, or let's say a minimum, or maybe what's a red flag for you if you don't get enough text messages from someone? So let's say you're dating someone, or maybe you're currently in a relationship with someone. Do you have like a minimum, or would you see as a red flag if they're not giving you enough attention, let's say? Or is it a red flag if they're giving too much? So like, do you have a minimum of like text in the morning, text in the evening? Like, that's what you kind of like expect. Now, you should never expect anything. That's just FYI. But we'll dance around that one for the time being. But like, do you have this kind of like expectancy maybe in your head? Oh, look, I like to have a text in the morning, text in the evening, maybe a text here and there. Or look, I'm very nonchalant. Look, one text a day, one text every 2-3 days. All good with me, all good in the hood. We're only getting to know each other. I'm not going to come across as crazy or needy or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So if you like, do you have any like preferences when it comes to texts, voice messages, phone calls, whatever it is, with someone that you're getting to know, or you're currently in a relationship? Now you can apply this to the past, or maybe it is currently your present. We also talked about reply times as well. So feel free to add that into your answer, or put it separately. Do you have like a preference for responses? Do you have any pet peeves when it comes to response times? Like, my pet peeve is if you take too long to reply and it's an urgent situation and I need an answer ASAP. I get pissed off, which is why it's a pet peeve of mine, if you literally do not reply quickly enough. Examples would be if I'm booking tickets, let's say, and I need like urgent reply for that type of stuff, just as a simple example. Which I personally think is very understandable, but maybe that's just me. So yeah, let me know that type of stuff. That's what we're talking about. And actually, I don't think I've been agreeing with lots of your replies, or been taking certain parts that I enjoy and stuff, but I don't think I've actually properly said what I think I enjoy. Like, personally for me, um a text or two here and there, completely fine. Or if it's a conversation, like we just get into a conversation and like that happens, it's a random text being like, oh, this just happened to me. I need to tell you about this, la 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 la. And you have a bit of a fun conversation or whatever. It's maybe a serious conversation happening about what happened. I don't know, that bitch at work, whatever. Karen just did this. Um, so you might get into a bit of a flow that way, and then it's like no texts after that. It's just like that conversation done. Like, I personally like a couple of texts here and there. Doesn't have to be every single day or anything like that. I think a text or two a day is perfectly fine. I don't need them every single day, or anything like that, or not that I particularly want them every single day. Like, I don't really want you to text me if it's going to become stale, let's say. Like, something that maybe, like, do you know that the thing is if you text too much, when you meet up, you might not have as much to talk about. Because literally, if you're texting someone every single day, like every fucking detail of your day on a daily basis, by the time you actually meet up in person, maybe it's once a week, for example, because, life and busy, and maybe you have a bit of travel involved, la 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 la. Um, by the time it actually gets to let's say, the weekend, and you actually meet up, then it's like, well, I told you everything about my week. I don't really have much more to talk about. So, like, I think that is a bit of a danger if you're, let's say, oversharing all the time. Now, obviously, I would like to hope that you have lots of things to be able to talk about, because you have topics of interest and la la la. But if you're literally never taking a breather from the person, then there's only so much you might be able to talk about in person. So I think that's a bit of a red flag if that person comes across as way too clingy. But I definitely like text messages on a regular enough basis. You know, Once or twice a day, even checking in, how's your day going? La la la. Like, fairly normal type stuff, I'd say. But by no means do I need them on a daily basis. I think if I was dating someone, and I would consider it like literally dating someone, and I didn't and none of us are texting for a couple of days at a time, that might be a little bit of a red flag, because I'm like, okay, is this person actually even interested? You know? That could definitely float across your head. Now, is it a game? Because the game is always on, guys. The game is always on. It never ends. The game never ends. It's like, oh, I'm not going to text him until he texts me. That type of thing. Um, People play games all the time. I hate those fucking games. Like, games are so, dear God, fucking annoying. Like, sometimes, sometimes I'm gonna just say this a little bit quieter, just in case someone's passing my door outside. But one of my housemates, like, every so often, she'll tell me about one of her dates, or how something's going with a guy or whatever, and she would be like, giving me all the gossip, right? And I'm literally there, and she literally like, oh, I'm not going to text him for a few hours now, or else I'm not going to text him until tomorrow, or else maybe I'll text him on like Friday. I'm like, girl, girl, just don't do that. Like, my advice is always like, just don't do it. Like, because she's like, oh, but like, he didn't text me back fast enough, so I'm not going to reply now for a few hours. I'm just like, oh, Jesus Christ. I'm like, thank God I don't need to go through this. I'm so fucking grateful. So grateful. But I hate the stupid games. I hate the stupid games. Um, so annoying. I caught the vibe that he was paying and tipping us extra to be smooth and cool in front of her. This one guy was trying really hard to be smooth in front of his lady when at the register, and I picked up on the vibe that he's thinking.
Girl, I'ma put it in your butt. I shared this with my coworkers, and one of them said, "What if it's the guy that's taking it?" Ooh, my response: call him Billy Buttplug. Then, lol. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. People just need to be honest. Yeah, guy on Twitch says games are annoying. Games are annoying. Oh, okay, that okay, that took me a second to register. I was like, "What? Games are annoying." Video games are life. Video games are everything, okay? Do not misconstrued what I'm saying. Okay. Gaming as a gamer is everything. But annoying dating games between little children, because that's what literally you are if you're behaving like in that childish manner of like, oh, I'm not going to text him unless he texts me. That type of shit I don't have any time for in my life. Okay? Okay. We got it? We got it. But yeah. Yeah, I agree with you, Chaos, on this. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, yeah. Hey, Glam, what's a crackin'? What's a crackin' in here? What's a crackin' lackin'? Hola, amigo. So yeah, so that's pretty much it, I think, on that side. Now, if anyone else wants to bring in their experiences of like reply times and texts and stuff, feel free, of course. But yeah, I think we have plenty on that topic already because I want to talk to you guys about my little trip. I arrived in time. You did, Glam, just in time for the next topic. Now, once again, as I said, feel free to, talk about the previous topic because I think it's always fascinating these type of things. Um, I heard video games and automatically started typing. We're not talking about video games though. As much as we love some video games, we're going talking about real life stuff now. I text often because obviously I'm interested. That's the thing. I want to touch on that point. If I'm not, I won't text you. Exactly. Read the room. Literally, read the room. You can do this in a couple of different ways. All right. You can have the conversation early into the dating process or whatever. And you can literally, as I said earlier, maybe they or you can kind of tell them what your habits are when it comes to like replies and texting. Oh, look, I'm not really like the example I gave was like, I'm not really a texting person. I don't really like having my phone on me all the time. So, look, I'm not always going to be able or wanting to reply back on a very regular basis. It could take a couple of hours. Sometimes it might even go for a day. It doesn't mean that I'm not interested in you or anything like that. It's just literally this is how I am. I would give major fucking ticks to that person for literally being straight up honest right from the gate. Because if I get pissed off or if I start overthinking because this person's not texting me back, let's say, quickly or whatever, that's on me. Because that person was straight up telling me literally this is how I am, right? So it cuts out all the mystery, cuts out all the bullshit, and there you go. It's on you. If you have a problem, that's on you. You have choices. You can either accept it and this is how the person is, so I'm just going to adjust based on what the information I've been given, or you can stay stubborn and be like, no, but I want at least 5 text messages a day or else you don't love me. If you want to die on that hill, you can die on that hill, no problem, but you might lose someone who actually you might be interested in just because, you know, because you need some attention. So that's definitely a thing. Um, if I'm interested, I will want to text the person. Now, sometimes, like more often than not, they'll text me before I text them, and that's not me playing a game. Because literally, like, I have my thing that I do. So I'll be like, look, I'm going to text after the gym. Let's just say, like, it just happened, but they text while I was in the gym. So then, most likely, I'll wait until after the gym and then reply, because I like to have my own. I don't really like texting when I'm in the gym. That's just, it's my time. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. It's not really a die-hard rule. But, like, I might be like, I'm going to text them after I finish this thing. And then but before that even happens, they'll already have texted me, let's just say. So sometimes it might come across that they are always making the first move type thing. And that might piss them off. They may or may not say this to me, but it doesn't mean that I wasn't going to text you. It's just that you got there before me. So, which has happened many times. But there are times when I just wake up and be like, once I do all my morning stuff, I'm going to text that person, Now, this could be a friend as well. It's not, I'm not just applying this to dates or anything, but, Hey, Ob of Ordness. Ob of Ordness. I'm telling you, this is an ADHD thing. It has to be. When I take bits of of each word. I had a chick tell me I'm a dry texter and lost out on getting buns that day. What do you mean you're a dry texter? As in, like, there's not, like, you're dry as in, like, there's not really much to your conversation. It's very just, like, kind of blunt and stuff? Or what is it? But, like, you lost out on some buns, hon. My anxiety and paranoia go crazy. With what, Doodle? When someone doesn't text you back fast enough? Or what? And welcome to the stream, by the way. Why am I not, like, more excited? Like, I'm just like, welcome to the stream, by the way. I'm literally in a different mode. I'm like, welcome! Welcome, guys! I'm gonna pump. I'm gonna show how excited I am to see you all now. I'm gonna, like, pump some biceps. I'm gonna, like, biceps. By the way, guess what muscles I worked out today? It wasn't the biceps. Gotcha! But yeah, it's like do you know, you see some girls and stuff, like, they're on Instagram or wherever, being like, I just worked out my arms today, I just worked out my arms, it's those type of things. It's like that, yeah. It's, or else you'll see, like, guys will be like, they'll show frontal body, on their gym pics or whatever, being like, guess what I just worked out today, and it's like their back. I've done that as well, by the way, just as an FYI. I think I did it very recently. But back is just not... It's just pain in the ass to do right. I don't like putting back. I like my back. I just don't like putting back on photos. I just don't think it looks good. For me. But in person, oof, yes. So it's like, guess what muscle I worked out today? And then it's like, arms? No, legs. That's how it is. Booty hole? Ponty, dear God, no, of course not. I'm an angel. I would never do something like that. With dildos or otherwise. Hey, Distra, Yan Yarvin to you. I worked out chest and I worked out triceps today. Chest, triceps, boobas, triceps, boobas, horseshoes. Yeah. So we got it going on, guys. We got it going on. Yesterday was back day. Tomorrow is leg day. So we're gonna have fun. Booty hole comes tonight, right? No, booty hole comes tonight. No, Ponte. It's not one of those. It's not one of those nights. Glam. Oh yeah. So who wanted a hug? Dr. D wanted big hugs. You're getting some big hugs, Dr. D. You're getting some big hugs from me right now. I don't touch my phone at the gym. That's, you know what? If I could do that, sorry, if I could say that to all of the, like, teenagers that are in the gym that literally sit on the fucking equipment and they stay there for 5 fucking minutes texting or being on TikTok or wherever the fuck they're on, if I could literally just come up and tell them, get the fuck off your phone and lift, you scrawny piece of shit, I would do it. But it's not my gym, so I can't do it. Well, I guess I could do it, but it's what I'm going to say it in my head. I will think of it in my head. I just won't project it verbally, acknowledge it so everyone else around me can hear it. It's all going to be in here because that's where I am. I'll stay chill. On the outside, I will be chill. On the inside, I want to kill you. There's a big difference, people. There's a big difference. But yes, being on the phone in the gym for multiple minutes in between your sets. Now, it's completely fine. If you're doing a quick text message or you're looking at something and it's still within your rest time. Now, rest times, generally speaking, can be 60 seconds or a little bit more. Like, it really depends on your training style and what's going on, right? Like, if you're doing extremely heavy squats, it could be like 3 minutes, or deadlifts 3 to 5 minutes between your sets. Like that's very normal in a powerlifting style. So of course you might be 3 to 5 minutes maybe on your phone if you want to at that stage, and you know that's kind of like acceptable. But if you're literally doing, let's say, typical muscle hypertrophy, 8 to 12, let's say, reps kind of thing, literally about 60 to 90 seconds is very, very normal as your rest time. So if you're literally still sat on your phone and it's gone over that time, you're a motherfucker. And sometimes I'm that motherfucker, but you're the motherfucker. You just don't do that. That's not good. That's bad gym etiquette, people. Motherfucker. So there you go. Only 5 minutes, man. Like, and the thing is the teenagers are the worst for this. They're not the only culprits, but the teenagers are the worst. Sometimes they go into these little packs, like the schoolboys and all that. They'll get into little packs of like maybe 3 or 4, and they'll share one machine between them. Now you might be like, oh, that's good. At least they're all like kind of doing that machine or whatever. But I'm like, what's the fucking point? They sit there talking, and one of them will do a set, and then they'll go and talk again, and then another one might just do one eventually or whatever. It's like, it's just a social experience. That's literally it, with a little bit of lifting involved. It's a pain in the fucking ass. It's not ideal in any measure to have that in a gym. But look, this is the type of shit you have to deal with on a daily basis in a public gym. So there you go. Hey, Chess Carpet, welcome to the stream, and Alpha Moon as well. Alpha says, I give people the benefit of the doubt because everyone is busy, so I send texts throughout the day to see if they're okay, at least. But if I don't get a reply after 2 days, that's when I get upset and I just ignore them altogether. I think that's pretty fair. If especially if they mean something to you. I couldn't give a shit if a friend doesn't reply to me in a couple of days or whatever, because, but if it's someone I would, let's say, possibly see a romantic future together, or at least, I'm starting to like them that way, and they take a couple of days to reply, and when they reply, they don't have really a good excuse, let's say. It's not like, oh, hey, I'm like, oh my God, If you want to reply to someone, you will make fucking time to reply. It's simple as that. You will always find time. Yes, people forget. Yes, shit comes up which forces that back. La la la. Look, we can have this sing and dance back and forth, There are things that get in the way. We forget things, blah, blah, blah. I think everyone's understandable about that. But if you really, really wanted to talk to someone, you will make time for that person. Outside of those circumstances that I just said. That's the fact. That is the fact. It's simple as that. If you really gave a shit, you would reply. At some point. At some point. Careful, don't get Joey Swole coming after you. The good thing, Joey can come after me all he wants, because I will come after him at the same time. We can come together. So let Joey come after me. Let him. I used to say Mr. Phone is going to meet Mr. Hammer. Oh, yes it will. Oh, yes it will. Ooh, Ponty's happy with that one. I only use it for music because I really like a focus headspace. Man, you don't have to explain yourself. You don't have to explain yourself. I'm just saying, like, if you're literally occupying a bench or some equipment, machine, whatever, in the gym, or else maybe it's a pair of dumbbells that you really need, and they're the only ones that are, that are there, and that motherfucker is literally 5 minutes on a text message. It's like, dude, come the fuck on, Usually you'll be able to substitute an exercise, or you'll be able to do another exercise while you wait, sure, but sometimes you're on the final exercise and you don't want to substitute or anything like that. It's like, get off your fucking phone before I murder you. I will literally put the phone through your face and I will smash your head multiple times with a dumbbell. And that's how Jay got arrested for manslaughter. And that's why I'm going to prison. Yeah. What kills me are the kids wearing fucking pajamas to gym. There's kids wearing pajamas to the gym? Damn. I haven't seen, like, where I'm from, or else at least I haven't seen it online. I have not seen that. But, damn. I just stare at the big titties between sets, or big booties, which is completely fine. You can stare at all the things you want, as long as you don't make the person uncomfortable, I suppose. Like, do it, you know, do it subtly. It's like, nice ass, nice pecs. You know, I'm just looking around the room. You know, nowhere in particular. Ass, tits, tits. You know, just very, very subtle looks. But staring, that can make people uncomfortable, Ponty. Joey has pretty eyes, says Ben. Tell us how you really feel. Okay, I'll tell you how I really feel. Not manslaughter if it benefits someone. Trust me killing them, me murdering them in plain daylight in the gym is probably going to be good for everybody involved, because that's less one motherfucker on his phone occupying, you know, precious space in the gym. Just saying, I'm doing humanity a favor here. People are like, we got that clipped now, mister. So just in case that ever happens, we have proof. Evidence Exhibit A. I'm like, damn, daddy, what'd that ass do? I think people are checking out my ass in the gym too, just saying. People are definitely checking out my tits in the gym. Even if I'm fully clothed, they're still checking out my tits. And I'm okay with that. Let them stare. Like, to be honest, if someone was staring at my chest, I actually take that as a compliment. But the thing is, not everyone would. Okay? Like, we've all seen that stuff on, like, TikTok and stuff, where, you know, where the women... this is where the Joey swole comes in. It's like, do you know the women that do the fake outrage? Like, they'll have they'll have their phone on, and they're doing a session, and then they just wait for a guy to kind of glance in their direction, and then they'll do that, like, oh my god, what the fuck, he looked in my direction, you know, like the guys that the girls that Joey kind of comes after. It's that type of stuff, like gym etiquette. Or a guy, God forbid, a guy actually helps a girl who's obviously struggling, you know what I'm saying? It's like, thank fuck I'm not into women, that's all I'll say. I do my checking in the locker room, says Alpha. Well, then you're doing it right. Don't tell anyone I said that. That's why you wear sunglasses. Oh no, Chaos, you do not wear sunglasses in the gym. The only time you're, like, literally, unless you have an outdoor gym and it's sunny as fuck, like one of those like in the Muscle Beach and stuff in California or whatever. What's it called? Venice Beach, is it? Like, unless it's something like that, like, where I think it's acceptable to wear glasses. The only time I would kind of, at least I would see that it's okay to wear sunglasses in a gym is if you, let's say you just had like surgery, or, you know, something's wrong with your eyes, like they're extremely sensitive to light, like, you know, there's a circumstance for it. But if you're just going in wearing sunglasses into a gym, look, I'm not going to say that you have a mental illness, but you have a mental illness. You are cray cray. You are batshit insane. There you go. Men are hot. Most of the guys here are nice, but cute. What? They're nice but cute, not for me. What's wrong with you right now? There's nothing wrong with me right now. I'm just gonna speak in an upper register when there's nothing wrong with me right now. You know, as Zeit wants a bicep flex, you get the bicep flex. And guys, we need to start talking about the trip, because I was going to talk about that like an hour or so ago, but like we got into other topics, so now we're going to like move on. And then I said when we're going to move on, then we start talking about another topic. So there we go. So get in the bicep flexes for Zeitgeist. Zeitgeist. There you go. Boom. Big flexes for you, my friend. Hope you enjoyed that. So let's talk about, where's my water? Where the guys? Where is my water? Did I not bring in water? Okay. I always have water somewhere in my room. Usually it's right next to me when I'm streaming, but Jay obviously forgot that. Here's another topic about making another Dark Pictures game about Among Us. Ooh, when are they bringing out the next Dark Pictures game? We also said we need to look at some trailers of games, but first that's going to be after this topic. Then we can watch trailers. Okay, let's do it this way. We need a bit of order up here, guys. We need a bit of order up here. Thirst attack. Oh, there was a thirst attack. Absolutely. October. That sounds about accurate, just in time for Halloween and stuff. That sounds good. Guess what game we're going to be playing this year on Halloween, guys? There you go. Yeah, I just woke up from a 20-minute nap that turned into a 3-hour sleep and didn't miss Jay's story time about to buy. Dub, welcome to the stream. And yeah, you're literally just on time because, as usual, Jay talks about topics forever because other people brought up some really interesting topics. And, 2 hours later, Jay's still not talking about the topic he set off to talk about. Like, typical ADHD daddy right here. Need me to list those titties again? Just say the word when ready. Need me to list those... titles! Need me to list those titties. I was like, what titties? You're talking about my twins again? You want to list my twins? Or other people's? Like, come on, here we go. I literally read this, like, if I read from here, it's perfectly legible, but when I'm looking at my stream chat, how I have it, sometimes you have to do a bit of squinting to see some of those little nuances. Tits on the brain, Jay. Tits are always on my brain. My friend, they are always on my brain. They're not just on my brain, they're literally taking up a colossal amount of size on my torso. So, there we go. Dark Pictures Directive 8020 is set for October 4th. Oh yeah, because we were playing the... What was the Murder House one called again? Dark Pictures, whatever the last one that they released, the Murder House, the Saw, I was going to say Last of Us, Within Us, what? It's so, man, I'm so close to the title. I know I'm so close. Devil Within Me, or Devil in Me. Yeah, I remember I said Devil Within Me a lot, right, in the past, and that's why I'm saying within. Yeah, Devil in Me, that's the one. So I remember when we were playing through that, we found the teaser for that space version of it. So I was like, oh, that's going to be very different. So let's see how that pans out. I think that's going to be a very tricky one to pull off, actually. Yeah, I'm not really sure how they're going to pull that off, but we'll see. Because normally when they do these games, it's usually like a bunch of teenagers or whatever get into a situation. But like if you're in space, well, then again, it could be this ancient... well, look, it's 80-20, right? So it could still be a bunch of teenagers in space, just... It's some space thing. The devil is not a dildo. He isn't within. Well, that game had a lot of devils in them, trust me. I can say that. Anyway, guys, without further ado, goodbye. So for people who aren't aware, last week I could only stream until Tuesday, so it's been a week since I last streamed, because I had to get up early on the Thursday morning, so I wouldn't have been able to do the Wednesday stream. And the reason for that is because I traveled. If you've been looking at my Instagram and stuff, you would have seen probably plenty of photos and videos. I should be able to, for those who didn't, I'll be able to share those again while on stream. But I traveled for a couple of days to Dubai for a mix of business and leisure. And I have stories for you. We are going to talk a little bit about my first hand experience of Dubai. So if you are curious about Dubai, if you've only heard about it from, or maybe even just saw photos of it, maybe from friends, whatever, or maybe you Googled it just for an interest, or maybe you have some other opinions about Dubai, for example, let me give you my first-hand account of what I witnessed when I went over there. I'm just trying to bring up. Just give me 1 second. I'm just trying to bring up where the. See, I rarely use Instagram on PC, so it's very different. I'm just seeing, can I find the previous stories? Like I can do this on my phone easily, but like I'd imagine it would be in your dashboard, but it's not. Unless they have it separate here. Just give me 1 second. Content. Love that gym and the views. Oh, I can't wait to talk about that. That's good. I just can't wait to talk about that thing. That was really cool. Okay, view archive. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna let. Okay, sure. This should. Okay, this should be archived anyway, so it should be able to show you. Okay, great. It is. Okay, great. Okay, great. We have photos, people. We have photos. Ooh, and nudes. Joking. It's on Instagram, people. Of course, there's no nudes. Dubai. Okay, what's this? No, not that one. This one. Locals. Okay, there we go. I think this works good now. The gym looked like a whole mall. Oh, you're not. Yeah, yeah, to say the least. Okay, so we'll try and make this. Okay, so here we go. Jay really messing with Chart's heart after leaving us all alone for Valentine's Day. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Like, look, to be honest, our topics that we talked about today had a lot of romance in them. We even talked about dildos, you know. Texts, responses, all this stuff. Like, it was very Valentine's Day themed, this first part of the stream, to be fair. Uh, we had some topics there. So, some sort of Valentine's Day. Don't make me feel bad, Chaos, okay? Don't make me feel bad. You'll be shocked on how many people get away with posting nudes on IG. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't do it because I don't want my account deleted. So there you go. Was Dubai faker down Miami? I will get to that. I'm giving you the good shit. Forgive me, I forgot to DM a gift. All good. I'm not a Valentine's Day person. That's what I say out loud, so you think that I'm okay with it, but inside, I'm not okay. Okay. I'm not okay. So anyway, I went to Dubai. I landed very late on Thursday, and you may have seen, for people who didn't know that I was there, this was probably a bit of a shock that randomly you just see Jay actually in the United Arab Emirates. This is at the apartment that I'm staying at. This is like a hotel / apartment type thing. So it's a big tower, probably a few hundred apartments in this tower, and it's kind of designed like a hotel. So kind of like a hotel experience, but not. So the good thing about that is that you could literally go and get food, you can cook, the basics that you would have in an apartment. So it is very useful. Now, I didn't cook, but if I was there longer, I definitely would have bought like groceries and stuff and made breakfast and stuff in the morning. Like, that's what I would have done. I didn't cook. Upscale penthouse living. Something like that, just not penthouse. I'm not in the top floor. Like I'm in the ninth floor here. And there's 24 floors in this particular place. So I'm on the ninth floor, and you can see by how high I am up here, and I'm only on the ninth floor, and it goes up to 24. So so you can see even one of the towers there in the background like this. So this one here, oh shit, can I go back just slightly? God damn it. See, this is why I don't like doing this on now. I'm literally just being like, the come to Dubai, Habibi, come to Dubai. So this tower, can you see this kind of tower? I know it's a little bit kind of faded in the background, just the quality of at nighttime and cameras for you. But if you look here, there's this big, really really tall tower, right? This is called the Burj Khalifa, and this is the tallest tower in the world. And yes, I'm going to be going up there very soon in the story. So there we go. So I arrived very late on Thursday night. So literally by the time I got there and kind of got settled and talked to the guys and all that, um, it was pretty much bedtime at that stage, So once I got from the airport, and like the airport took ages to get through as well, because the passport control can take a little bit of time. Like not only are you waiting to get off the freaking airplane, and the Emirates airplanes are quite large. Not only are you waiting to get off the airplane like you would anyway, but then you're walking for ages until you get to the passport control, and then you're waiting in the line for the passport control, which thankfully, like once I got um to the immigration officers, like they'd done their thing like within 30 seconds and moved me on, no problem, no questions asked, probably because I have an Irish passport, all good. But like, it took quite a while to get through the airport, probably like about 90 minutes. Like I thought I'd be through a hell of a lot faster, but the airport's also huge. When I got out of the third terminal, which is where I landed from, there was a train that we had to wait for to get you from one part of the airport to the other. You've probably been in an airport or two that has a train that connects terminals, particularly if it's a large airport. Um, but yeah, so we had to, there was a lot of just kind of waiting around and la 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 and queues and la la la. So it took quite a while to get out of the airport. But once I actually got to where the taxis were, there were like hundreds of taxis, pretty like just constantly flowing, just constantly putting people onto them, and getting them off to where they need to be. So like the taxi took about 30 minutes, I'd say. Even at that hour, like we're talking about late at night, even at that hour, like it was still very, very busy. It just seems to be a city that just doesn't sleep, realistically. Like from what I know, like restaurants and stuff stay open till about 1 a.m. So, it's quite late. And then, pubs, clubs or whatever, they stay open till about 4. And there is a culture, there is a culture of pubbing and clubbing, but there are lots of restrictions with that, because it is the United Arab Emirates, so the Middle East in particular can they have like laws and restrictions when it comes to alcohol and such like that. So like you actually have to have a license. You actually have to have a license to be able to drink. Now, normally in your own countries, like if I look at Ireland, you have to be 18 to drink. I know in the USA it's like 21. Um, and other places it could be as early as 16 or even less than that. In Europe, most of Europe is like under 16 or over. Or but depending on where you live, like yes, you're going to have your ID, so that's kind of normal, right? But not only do you have your ID, but you also have a special license to allow you to purchase alcohol. So it's not just about your age. You actually have to get this other license on top of it to allow you to purchase alcohol. Now, that's for locals and people who are living there. For tourists, you don't need that. But you'll be more restricted to where you can get alcohol and stuff like that. Now, some parts. of the Middle East, you just wouldn't really be able to get alcohol, full stop. But Dubai is a lot more tolerant, from what I understand, and that will be a lot more self-explanatory as we go through these stories. That's not the Ferris wheel. No, that's coming up. Oh, I know, that's just how rich people live. We've got a few places like that, even in Hamilton, where half the building is hotel, the other half is rich people's apartments, all inclusive. Was the airport large enough? You could see air pollution inside the building. I know that happens in India, but not sure. No, the airport was extremely clean. Not only was the airport clean, but the city was spectacularly clean as well, from what I could see. And I done a good amount of touring in such a short space of time. Now, obviously, I it's probably like Paris. Now, for anyone who's been to Paris, or even if you haven't been to Paris before, this might ring true to you. But in case you haven't been to Paris before, we're the tourist area of Paris. Now, many cities are like this. I'm just using Paris as a fucking simple example because it's a dump. Sorry if you love Paris, but it's a fucking dump. Um, the center of Paris, where all the tourists are, all the like really, yeah, tourist attractions, they're all clean, they're beautiful, la la la. But the moment you go outside of the tourist area, it's a fucking dump. So, and many cities, in all fairness, are like that. I even say the same of Dublin. So, there's that. Cities, but in the case of the city centre of Dublin, I think that's a dump, and the rest of it's nice. So there's, there's a few differences. But it's spectacularly clean from like anywhere I've been. I wasn't just in like the city center. I was all over Dubai, and I thought it was spotless. But without a doubt, there's going to be areas. I'm very goddamn sure it's going to be a kip. I'm sure. Um, let's move on. Let's move on to the stories. Okay, so it's just a very quick one. I had a small little hotel gym that I also used. Like it was enough for that day. Um, so just a very small, like very basic hotel gym, but it was perfect for just doing a shoulders and arms day kind of thing. So that's fine. Can't wait to show you the big gym. But yeah, this was fine for a quick, quick holiday type stay. Um, I don't know what this one is. What is this story? Was this a story or was this a? Well, I uploaded it, but it's not working. I don't know what it is. Um, okay, this is not work. Ah, there we go. Okay, don't even ask me what those ones were, but there you go. Just has some of my face for some reason. It was a story, so it was uploaded. So I showed you there the Burj Khalifa, and I'm actually just gonna bring up the big view of it from the outside, because I actually don't have one. I don't have one on my stories. Well, images. So, can I get this up on the main screen? So this is the Burj Khalifa, and tallest building in the world, absolutely gigantic. Now, most of these here are like apartments that you can live in. Like most of these rooms here on these floors are apartments, but they're access to residents only. However, for tourists, you come in from the Dubai Mall, which is literally right next to it. You come in from the Dubai Mall, and you have a couple of different options to choose of how far you want to go up the tower. And along the, like they make it very, very tourist attraction type thing, right? So you have a couple of different options. The highest up you can go is the 154th floor, which is like way up here somewhere. So literally you're right up at the top, more or less. So that's pretty much the furthest that you can go. And then depending on the ticket type you have, it excludes the certain cutoffs that you can visit. So as you can probably imagine, the further you want to go up the tower, the more expensive it's going to be. So you'll be doing it within your budget. Now, it costs at least it probably is cheaper in the summer, and I'll explain why in just a moment. But at least when I was there, which is probably tourist season, it costs about $200 approximately $200 to go up to the top. So to go up to the 154th floor, it costs about 200 or so dollars. So expensive to say, it is expensive. I went up to the top because I'm a tourist, so and well, it was free, so yeah. But it would be good to do it at least one time, like just to be like, oh, I've been up to the top. It's like going to the Eiffel Tower. You're going to go to the top of it because it's the Eiffel Tower, right? So like, why go halfway up when you can literally go up higher, But once again, do it within your budget. Like I would have probably not paid $200, like yeah, I probably wouldn't have paid $200. But then again, for a one-time experience, maybe I might, I'll probably never do it again. But there you go. I don't think there's much of a need to do it. But when you're up the top of, Burj Khalifa, now we went in at the daytime, and by the time we actually got to the top, it was nighttime. Because there was a couple of hiccups. Now this was on Valentine's Day. Now I didn't expect that on Valentine's Day, and I suppose they didn't either. Not sure the amount of tourists that actually would be visiting the tower. It was swarmed with people, like many tourist attractions can actually be. But after a couple of hiccups and stuff and lots of waiting, a lot more waiting, even though we had the fast pass. By the way, getting up to the top, you also have like a fast pass, so you like skip out most of the queue. So if you don't have like let's say the premium, or they call it luxury, if you don't have like the luxury pass, then you're going to be waiting about 2 hours before you can even get up there. With the fast pass, it should only be about 10 minutes, but there was lots of hiccups, so it actually took probably 45 minutes. But still, faster than 2 hours. To be fair, they should have gave us a refund or something, but fuck it. But yeah, I'm not going to cause complaints when I'm a tourist in Dubai. I don't want to be kicked out and deported or whatever, or told never come back here again. So anyway, so when you get to the top, so this was the view from the top. As I said, it was nighttime at this. Now I know it's going to be a side view, but there's nothing I can do there. So you can see like literally how small the city is from way up here. Now, once again, these are large towers. Like these are skyscrapers. So this is how small the skyscrapers are in comparison to the tallest building in the world. So you can see everything is like ants. Now, they love lighting. You'll see from all the different buildings, like extremely tall towers and stuff. They love lighting. The architecture there is beautiful. There's so much uniqueness in pretty much nearly every single building that you see. You just know there's a little bit of a bit of gravitas to everything. So I'd imagine if you're like an architect, or at the very least someone who appreciates architecture, it's probably your wet dream when it comes to architecture, because there's so much of it there. And now, obviously, if you have more of an appreciation for, let's say, Gothic architecture, you're not going to find it in Dubai. You know what I'm saying? But, let's say modern architecture, modern day structures, that's going to be probably your wet dream, because the city itself is 53 years old, only 53 years old, and in 53 years they built what you're seeing in front of me right now, which is obviously only a portion of the city because I'm looking at it in one way. So imagine in 53 years they built all of this. It literally went from being just a desert with a couple of like fishing villages to this metropolis with 4 million or so people in it. Incredible, to say the least, like the time frame of how fast, realistically, all of this has been built. And not only that, they're constantly expanding the city at the same time. The fact that I was thrown when I was, doing my touristy stuff, and this is why I have lots of facts, is that 85% of the world's cranes. Now, you know what cranes are, the big, huge vehicles, equipment that picks up all the, all the building materials, all the shit. 85% of the world's cranes are situated in Dubai. That's the fact I was given. And literally, the amount of cranes that I seen while I was going around the place, I'm like, that's probably very accurate, actually. You know, and I didn't get to see everything, you know, but there is constant construction. It's just constantly expanding. It's once again, this was a city that was literally, it is in the middle of a desert, and it was just like small little like villages, fishing villages, and now it's expanded to this metropolis, 4 million people, in the middle of a desert. Like, that is impressive. Like, even if you don't appreciate this stuff, that is fucking impressive. I'm sorry, but they're just, there's just no other way to not be impressed by that. So the Dubai Mall is absolutely fucking gigantic. Like, I couldn't tell you how big it is, but it is huge. It's easily the biggest mall I've ever been in. Any mall that I like, London, Dublin, Paris, they're fucking tiny in comparison. Um, Obviously packed full, packed full of people. So like all your high street. So they don't, from what I saw, they didn't really have much of a high street as such. Like when you're going down, let's say typical streets in most cities, you'll have like the high street, like, you know, um, they're all kind of situated in the malls, more or less. So these are like your big gathering spots because they love malls in the Middle East. They just love that kind of atmosphere. So it's not so much high streets. Like on the streets, it's business, it's restaurants, it's tourist attractions. You name it's houses, or should I say apartments, la la la. But most of it is or else shopping or supermarkets and things. But pretty much all the high end stuff and kind of, let's say, middle end stores or whatever, they're all kind of situated in the malls. So this is the Dubai Mall. This is outside of the Dubai Mall, because inside is just like a fucking gigantic mall. It wasn't. It was impressive, but not really enough for me to like take a video of it. But huge. So this is outside. This is the Dubai Fountain. So you can kind of see the opulence and just the kind of, let's say, richness, let's say, of like, this is the outside of the mall right there, multi stories. They love, as I said, they love their lights. They love lights, different color lights. Everything's lit up. Even the trees, as you can see, these palm trees, they're just covered and covered in lights. They just love lights, and I love lights too. So I did appreciate this. Um, so there's I put up two different versions of this. So this is the Dubai Fountain. So I think it's I'm not sure, is it like on the hour or whatever, but they do this big water works display, kind of like it. Obviously not the same as Disneyland, but if you've ever been to Disneyland, you know when they do the water show near the end on the castle and all that stuff. Obviously a much smaller condensed version, but like this is for free and it just happens every, I don't know, is it every half an hour, every hour, I'm not really sure, but it goes on for like, you know, about 3 or so minutes roughly. And it looks cool. Like you're literally, so for example, you could just like be sitting out eating at one of the restaurants outside or chit chatting, and then you're watching this in the background. It's nice. I apparently I got there on one of the final days that this was going to be open, because I think for a couple of months, I'm not sure why, but for a couple of months they're stopping it. Now maybe that's because they're changing the, you know, the structure. Maybe like they're changing like the musical, like there's music going on at the same time when all this waterworks is happening. Maybe they're just changing the display, the event, or maybe they do this every year. I don't really know, but it's cool just to have like this water fountain display when you're just outside having chit chats or whatever. I captured the whole thing on video. I literally like had my phone up above my head and I was just looking at it. You know how a lot of people, they capture everything by looking through their phone because they need to catch whatever it is. I literally just do this. I put on and I'm like above my head and I'm watching. That's what I do. Because I'm not watching, like, I'm here to live. I'm here to be present. me looking like this into the phone to capture the sights, that's not living, guys. That's fucking stupid. You see people in concerts all the time doing that. Now I can understand for a few seconds or whatever, but like some people literally are like this at concerts or other things, like literally watching it through the screen when it's literally happening in front of them. That's how fucked up people are. It is fucked up. I'm sorry, but it's fucked up. So I just put it on top of my head and I'm just there watching and just kind of like rotating it back and forth or whatever so you can get the view. Like, there's no fucking way am I watching it through my phone. That's just idiot. That's just being idiots. But look, you do you, Snowflake. I'm not here to judge you. I'm gonna judge you, but I'm not here to judge you. Sipping the tea. Why is it now I can see the dildo on his head? Because I'm a unicorn. I thought that water show in Vegas was supposed to be big, but that's a big ass better show. In Dubai, they do everything big. They don't really spare expense. It's that rich. It's that opulent. Opulence. You own everything. So that's literally it. So I put the full version on my subscriber side on the Instagram if you want to see the full thing. But I just put, because on stories you're limited to how much you can show anyway. So it goes on a little bit longer. As I said, it's about 3 or so minutes in duration. But I captured more or less the whole thing for the subscriber section. So we got a bit more here. So, and as I said, there's music going on as this is all going on too. So as I said, nice little nice little addition to, let's say you're outside and you're chatting or you're having your food or whatever. So there you go. Like the Dubai fountain is a big attraction in Dubai. You know, like you'll probably, if you have friends who went there, or maybe if you went there, like you'll see lots of videos focused on fountains. Now that's just one fountain. That's the main fountain, but there are other fountains. This photo is literally just me doing a little me being cute. Wait, I can literally do this right now. Like, this is literally me doing it, like, right now. So that's me doing this. See, almost like the exact same. Right? Wait, I guess if I'm trying to do it exactly like the photo, because I have to do it like mirror image, so it's more like this rather than. Well, see, it's me. So this is literally me dressed before I go out. Now, I was more or less in this type of clothing when I was in Dubai, and there's a couple of reasons for that. So we're going to talk about that now. So the Middle East, to say it, I suppose, in the easiest way possible, is quite conservative in general about lots of things. Just, they can be quite restrictive on certain things. However, I was wrong about the Middle East when I thought certain things. So in the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, they are a lot more tolerant of a lot of things that we probably are misinformed about. Okay, so and this was proved to me by locals, and this is how I have this history and all this, because they told me in depth, because I was guided around by them. So one of them, for example, told me when they first moved to Dubai, and they've been living there for many years, since 2008 pretty much. When they moved to Dubai, if you went into the mall not dressed like this, like basically if you went in like in shorts or more visible, like a tank top, or if you were a woman and you were in like a skirt, you'd be forced out the door. You would not be allowed into restaurants. You would not allowed to be allowed in malls. you would have had to be dressed pretty much head to toe, or maybe in their traditional garments as well. You know, the white cloth. I keep forgetting the name of it, but that, you know, and they wear the kind of red and white checkered hats as well, the kind of headscarf thing, right? Unless you're wearing one of those, or if you're wearing something like you're fully dressed. Let's say there's nothing really on display. So back in like 2008, when he first moved there, for example, they would remove you, and you'd probably be punished for it at the same time if you didn't go in fully dressed like that. Nowadays, though, with progression, because it's probably the most progressive part of the Middle East, you can go into malls in short skirts. You could go in with your boobs practically hanging out. You can go in with tank tops. You can go in with shorts. They're very cool with it. So they are progressing when it comes to, let's say, a lot of things that we're probably misinformed about. When it comes to let's say being gay, which I think is a big topic to talk about as well, and most there's no really way to dance around it, but lots of the Middle East would be very, very anti LGBTQ. Whatever you want to put in, like, they'd be very much against that, right? Because it's against the religions, la la la. In some parts of the Middle East, you can be jailed. In other parts of the Middle East, you could be mutilated or death. Like, that's how bad it can be, depending on what country you go to, etc., right? But in Dubai, from what I was told, you can be gay. They have no problem with you being gay. You can go to the police and file a report that's, let's say, gay related, and they will take it seriously. You won't be arrested for that, or anything like that. So you're not in danger as such, at least from their perspective, if you're homosexual or just basically not straight, just whatever you are. So that's reassuring. It wasn't always like that, and the reason why it's a lot less conservative than what it used to be, and it's a lot more progressive nowadays, is because more than half of the population are expats. So less than half of the population are actual Emiratis, and that's the primary reason why they're a lot more accepting of people's clothing, that they don't have to be fully dressed, fully formal, whatever. And also, I think that's why they're a lot more, let's say, free, because the amount of expats that actually live in the country. However, in saying that, although they have no problem with what you do in your personal life as such, from what I gathered and what I was told by the locals, you would not be allowed to show public displays of affection. You would not be allowed to hold someone's hand. You would not allowed to be able to kiss someone, etc. What happens in the privacy of your own house is what happens in the privacy of your own house. You do not display it outside in public. That's literally what it is. If you do, then there will be consequences. So literally, keep it away from public sight, and they have no problem with it, from what I've been told. Go outside of Dubai, though, and the UAE religious police will grab you. Yeah, probably. So if you go, let's say, to, let's say, Saudi Arabia, you will be in jail at the very least, if you're gay. So, and that's like literally right next door, So some parts are, heavily religious. And although obviously Dubai is very religious too, it's just more progressive than, let's say, I would say backwards thinking of, you know, the other parts. So as long as, kind of pretty much what you said, Dub, as long as you're in Dubai, you're kind of fine. But look, just don't go out of your way to make yourself stand out. Like, just respect their culture, kind of thing, and just respect their thing, and they're not gonna have any problem with you. Like, if you're gonna go and make and call attention to yourself, that's where the problems are gonna arise. So just, be, I suppose, just be considerate and of their culture. I guess that's the easy thing. So basically, you're not going to go outside and be like, "I'm here, I'm queer, deal with it." You can do that, but it's probably not going to end well for you. That's what I'm saying. So rein it in, and just blend. Unless you have a shitload of money, blend in. That's probably what I would say. So when my first proper day, when I was doing business and when I was also being toured around, I was more or less dressed similar to this. I was wearing different clothes when I was during the daytime, and then this was when I went out. Now, when I went out, I just went to this kind of pub slash restaurant place. I didn't do any clubbing or anything there, although there were parties. There was a gay party, actually. There was a gay party. So gay parties are allowed. They weren't allowed before, but they're now allowed. But once again, similar to there's a couple of different things that I've heard. If you're attending a gay event, the same kind of policies apply. No public displays of affection. So you're not allowed to, let's say, to kiss in a nightclub. Like, that's just it. But in the privacy of your own home, you're fine. However, there are people that organize, let's say, underground parties. Now, these could be in houses, these could be in apartments, these could be on yachts, and you technically could, because, it's private, that kind of way. It's like a private party, so you could. But in, let's say, actual venues, like set venues for parties or clubs, the restrictions will 100% apply. And obviously, if you were having a house party or something and the police just happened to call on your door, or you were out on a yacht and the police saw you and they saw it, then, well, obviously you're putting yourself in a bit of a predicament at that stage. So, got to be a bit mindful. But yeah, from what I know, there's lots of underground events, and that's not just for gay people, that's for straight people too, as in, if let's say more adult nightclubs and stuff like that, let's say more sexual orientated than, let's say, just dancing and stuff. So that's that. So I didn't really know how conservative I had to dress, so I just kind of was like, okay, just dress nicely, presentable. Like, I wanted to be anyway, because with the people I was with, I wanted to make a good impression too, you know. But once on the second day, I dressed a lot more relaxed. I had shorts on the second day, because like I knew I was allowed to. I wouldn't be thrown out of the mall. I wouldn't be thrown out of different places that I went to. It was perfectly fine. So yeah, so the first day I was like fully dressed, and then the second day I was a whore. So, usual. Just another day in the life of Jay. No, of course I was still somewhat respectful. Like, I was still in a t-shirt and shorts. The shorts probably could have been a bit longer. Like, they weren't shorts, but they could have maybe been maybe an extra inch or two in length, and that probably would have been okay. Not that it wasn't okay, but like, maybe a couple of years ago that would have been like, it's a little bit above your knees. So they would have had problems. Like, men have more freedom than women. I think we all are aware of that in the Middle East. But with men, Like you don't want to be showing higher than your knees. At least a couple of years ago. Now, as I said, they're more relaxed about it in Dubai. Once again, I'm referring to Dubai, not outside of Dubai. Um, so there you go. So that explains why I'm a lot more dressed there. So um, so on, I hate that some of these stories aren't coming up the right way. It's like they're here when they're here, and then when I click on it, it's like, oh, okay, now it appeared. I only had half of it a second ago. Don't know what happened there. Uh, it's above your knees. I just had flashback to Catholic school. Okay, it's still doing it again. I don't know what's going on there. Um, okay, so on the second day, I did a lot more sightseeing. So my first day sightseeing pretty much was kind of confined to the Dubai Mall, the Dubai Fountain, and the Burj Khalifa, and then a couple of like two or three restaurants, kind of thing. Like it was a lot. That first day was a lot more jam packed with other activities, so I didn't have as much time to do sightseeing. The second day was a lot more sightseeing orientated, so that's that's why I got to see a hell of a lot more, and there was a lot more photos and videos on that day. So this here, this kind of this fancy place here, this is the well, it should be a video, but for some reason it's not. Anyway, this is the Future Museum, or the Museum of the Future. So on inside, it just there's this lighting that kind of goes through all these letters. Now these letters, these are Arabic letters, and it's actually it explains that when you go into the building, into this museum, that all these letters are from from sayings, from quotes that the sheik, which would be kind of like their king, let's say. So the seven sheiks in the Middle East, like seven kings, let's say, who have the power. So this will be the Dubai's sheiks, kind of quotes, and they pretty much made the museum with all of his quotes, or some of his main quotes. So cool, just to seeing as the lights go back and forth. Now I was told by the people who were giving me the tour, really, this is the probably best part of it, the outside and just coming into it to have a look. The rest of it is just whatever. It's just like, it's futuristic. What the place is going to look like in, maybe like 100 years or something like that, like the future, But it's just all like kind of sci-fi stuff. So they were like, it's not really worth it. If you want to, you could, but we're not going to do that. So, so this is the music, once again, Museum of the Future. So this hand here, this hand, the statue of this hand, the sculpture of the hand, this would be the Dubai Sheik's kind of like greeting. That's how he kind of like, it's kind of like, like Spock from Star Trek. He has his kind of greeting. This would be like his kind of greeting. So they just made a statue of his hand doing his gesture, or whatever you call it. I'm going to say greeting. You can kind of see on the outside here the, of course, it's going to cutting off again, because of course it is. You can see from the, okay, hopefully this loads. God damn it! I don't know why it just cuts off randomly. Okay, you're just gonna have to see it this way, but you can see from the outside the same kind of letters and stuff once again, and it's on the and this will be quotes from the Sheik. So cool looking building, like the architecture, obviously would have been extremely expensive. Everything in Dubai is extremely expensive, as in like it just looks, it's rich, it's extremely rich. Um, this better load up properly. Brilliant. Before, so Dub, you asked me a question earlier, and I think this would be a good time to answer it too. You said, "Is Dubai as," because I had this inclination that maybe it would be similar to Miami. That when I went to Miami a couple of years ago, I found it extremely fake. I didn't like the city at all. Like, obviously it had its moments, but I just thought the atmosphere it was, and the people were just very fake. I felt like I didn't belong in Miami. It was just too fake for me. The energy of it, like, this is me now just saying this. You might love Miami, power to you if you do, but for me, I really did not like it. I felt a little, ugh, I felt a little bit icky, being in Miami, because it was repugnant to me. It was the energy was just not right. It was very fake. The people were very fake. Now, this is a generalization, obviously. There's some parts of Miami I actually enjoyed, and they were the, let's say, the more rundown areas, maybe not the fake as fuck areas, like the built up areas like Brickell and stuff like that. If you've ever been to Miami, you probably know what Brickell is. Brickell is like a tiny little version of Dubai. Skyscrapers, very modern, fake as fuck. It sounds like me at my last job. But you know what? You know what? The energy and the feeling that I had when I went to Dubai was very different from how I felt in Miami. Even though Dubai will be way, way, way more expensive and flashy and just excessive, but I didn't have the same feeling, which was strange. Maybe because, once again, I wasn't there long enough, so there is that. But maybe it had enough personality of its own, and the people that I met and such gave it a good representation. And from what I've seen, I didn't have that same negative experience like I would have had, the feeling like I would have had as well in Miami. So, would I go back to Dubai? Like, answering this really early, yes, I would go back. If I was offered to go back, I would go back, no problem. You know, I'd be a lot more secure there. I'd feel a lot more safe there because, I'd be more aware on what's kind of expected and la la la. Like, the kind of negative connotations I would have had in my head, like, the vast majority of it was proven false, basically, by actually going there. So, don't always listen to I suppose, the rumors or whatever. I had a good experience. Now, does that mean that terrible shit doesn't go on there? I'm sure it does. I've seen videos of slave-like conditions. A lot of the construction and a lot of the retail jobs and restaurant jobs, etc., are by Indians. So I've heard stories, not by when I was there. This was before I went there, and I could easily see it as well, at least from the retail and restaurants. Anyone who works those type of jobs, not that there's anything wrong with working, as a waiter or working in retail or whatever, absolutely not. A job's a job, money's money. But my point is that for people who are Emirati, for the locals, those jobs would be seen as below them. They're too rich. They're too, egocentric for such a job. That's a poor job. That's for poor people. That's their attitude. I'm going to be the boss. If I'm working in this retail store, I'm the boss of the retail store. I'm not the lowly employee. Does that make sense? So that's their attitude. And to be fair, a lot of a lot of countries have the same attitude, that the locals will think that a lot of jobs like cleaners, like cleaner jobs and stuff like that, are beneath them. I'm not going working in a shop. I'm not going cleaning, for a living. I'm like, no, I'm above that. A lot of people have the same attitude in across the world. And that's why a lot of the jobs are filled by expats, by foreigners, because they will do the jobs that the locals refuse to do. And we know that to be evident across the world. So it's not just Dubai. However, from what I heard on from videos and stuff, there are some very, very um, very shady practices that happen there as well. So um, one of them in particular, like there's a couple I could mention, but one of them that I'm going to mention in particular is the construction. Because I said earlier my focus was like I was saying that 85% of the world's cranes are there. They're constantly expanding. In 53 years, they built this metropolis, etc., etc. So that's why I want to home in on just out of things I could say. I'm just going to home in on this particular one because I think it's the most on topic, right? So what happens, from what I heard, is that they will invite, let's say, Indian people, because India is very close. They will invite Indian people because lots of Indian people are poor because the population is like a billion. So, of course, there's a huge poor population of India. They invite Indian people to come and work in Dubai. They'll have, you know, a place to stay. They'll make good money for their family to send home. La 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 la. But when they get there, the agency that may have hired them or whatever just forgets they're there. They misplace their passports. Their passports are removed forcefully from them, etc., etc. And then they're forced to stay there. So they have no way out. So that happens from what I hear. And yes, they are paid. Yes, like in one way they're kind of happy because they get to spend, they get the money that they send home is a lot of money for, let's say, someone who lives in India. For their families, it really enriches their lives. So on that, for that, that's good. But for the for the actual workers who had their passports removed, lost, misplaced, whatever, they're living in generally kind of squalid conditions. They have a place to stay, yes, but that could be these tiny little shitty, like the most mundane living spots, like completely cramped, dirty, la 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 la, because out of sight, out of mind type of thing. We're not going to show people that. You're going to see all the opulence and expensiveness and la la la, you know? So most of the construction is by Indians. And yeah, because as mentioned, a lot, and other jobs too, but as mentioned, it's because the Emiratis, the locals, those type of jobs are beneath them unless they're in a higher up position, like the management of them, etc., right? Or else they're so rich that they don't even have to fucking work. So there's that too. Um, so that's one of the major kind of downsides, is that that's just one of the many shit things that happen. But lots of countries do that in one way or another. Lots of countries invite foreigners into the country and pay them pretty much slave like. We at least in Ireland we say slave labor or slave wages. They basically a fraction of what they would pay, let's say, a local or whatnot. So like many countries do that, but I don't think stealing passports or throwing them away or whatever. I don't really know if that happens around the world. It probably does in certain parts, but I apparently it's very very common in Dubai. If you're, let's say, an Indian or something like that. So that's the downside. One of the downsides. So, but the vibe that I got from the people I've seen, la la la, I was fine there. The place, like, I'll show you more. I'll continue on this talking point after about the how clean and the safety and all that. I'll continue that on after I get through these stories when we go back outside. So This this one here, this is a Beanos gym. It's one of, if not the biggest gym in the world, and it's fucking huge. So this is the entrance to the gym. Now I didn't capture the whole gym when I was there. I just captured bits of it, but I'll tell you what it is. So this entire area here, all right, in the front, in the entrance, as you can see, there's a lot of weights. There's plenty of machines. These weights are for chest and back. Chest and back. All that is just for chest and back. And in the next room, oh no, this is the same room, just a different thing. They have another room that is dedicated to legs day. They have another room that's dedicated to shoulders day. They have two restaurants. Two restaurants. They have a supplement store, which you're going to see just right here. And next to it, they have an accessory and clothing store. Um, Here coming, like, because I only zoom very quickly, this is the shoulder room. This is for the shoulders. Next to it is the legs one, and it's pretty much the same size as the first room, but it's just for legs. Um, they have an MMA, a whole area, huge area here, dedicated for MMA training. There's lots of stuff on the ground and speed training and stuff, and then you have, of course, a ring for your matches for training in the middle. Beyond that, you might just kind of see in the background here. This is the CrossFit area, which probably isn't as popular for obvious reasons. CrossFit in a regular gym, it doesn't really go all that well. Especially since this is like really focused on bodybuilders and stuff. You probably heard of the memes before with gym and CrossFit. They just don't really mix. That's just a kind of a feud and a bit of a fun that's been going on for many, many, many years. But nothing wrong. Well, there's nothing wrong with CrossFit, but there's things wrong with CrossFit. But if you like CrossFit, I'm happy for you because at least you're getting fit and you're strong and all that. But they do stuff in a bit of a weird way that can easily injure you. It's very fast, high paced. Great for, let's say, adding cardio into your workouts, but it's so fast paced that most people probably end up injuring themselves quite seriously in their starting weeks and months because it is quite crazy how to train. Hey, Evil Dark Lady, welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're well. We're just going through my Dubai visit and we're just stopped at one of the gyms, Beanos. Oh yeah, by the way, they only keep the cardio on the second floors. So, no cardio is done on the ground floor. That's weights only. They have two sections on upper floors, one above the legs day and one above the legs area of the gym and the other above the chest and back area of the gym. As you can see, some machines and stuff here. Over here, you might just be able to make out the window over here. This is a barber's. So once again, they have a chest and back area, like that whole area that we're looking at right here. So this is your chest and back area of the gym, all here. In the same room, but on the upper floor, you have cardio, you have a barber's, and you also have one of the two restaurants that are in this gym. All right, so there's the barber over here, and then on the opposite side, you have the cardio here, and then zooming over in here, this is your restaurant up here. Takes up most of the first floor. Two restaurants in the gym. Um, and then, as mentioned, you have your supplement store, and then you have your training accessories and clothing store. You have your MMA area, you have your CrossFit area, you have your legs area behind this wall, and you have your shoulder area that I just kind of zoomed past there. So it's fucking huge. So two restaurants, barbers, obviously your changing rooms and stuff, two cardio areas, MMA area, CrossFit area, back and chest area, legs area, and shoulder area. So huge. The cool thing as well that I liked about the restaurant is that you can pay as you go. So you can go in, you can pick out as if it was like a deli. It's kind of like a deli. So like you can go in, you can pick out your sandwiches or your plate of whatever else you can put into Tupperware or whatever, and so you can pay as you go, or they have multiple different subscription options. And if you get a subscription, basically they will make the meals for you in advance, kind of like a meal prep service that you'd have in like that you could literally get in lots of places now, like they'll deliver everything to your door type thing. But here with the restaurant is that when you go in, you'll have your stuff already made, so by the time you finish your workout, for example, you can go to them and they'll have your meal ready for you. So literally do your training, go in, get your shit, eat there in the restaurant, leave. And you can have 2 or 3 meals a day in your subscription, right? And they will be made with, high quality, with high quality meats and etc. Right? So it's all high quality. So you know exactly what you're getting for those who are extremely serious, of course. Into training that. So it's a really cool idea. To be honest, if I had the money, I wish I could open my own gym in Ireland, something similar to this, and also have even just one restaurant. Doesn't need to have a barber's, but yeah, why not? I suppose. You could. I don't know. I don't know if they. I'm trying to remember. I don't think they have like an area for like, let's say like massage, physiotherapy type thing. They could have. I don't think it was mentioned to me, but it's possible they also have this. I wouldn't be surprised. Or maybe that's like very like next door or something like that. It's possible, but I'm not 100% sure if that's the case. But basically, it's like a mall. It's like a bodybuilding mall or a fitness mall. You can go in it and you can spend, a couple of hours there with your eating and your training and socializing and whatnot. So pretty interesting. What do you mean? It's the lamb. Oh, yeah, the lamb. Yeah, did you like that one? Yeah, that's a very cute. That's a very cute video. It's meant to make you smile because look at the kitty little lammy. Oh, look at the little lammy all smiling, all lammy. Yeah. But yeah, meant to be a cute one. Um, so that's the Beanos gym. So this is the Dubai Marina. So once again, it's just full of skyscrapers in the background, just rich as fuck. There are yachts, as you probably just saw there. There's lots of yachts in the marina. So basically, you can rent yachts for very cheap. Realistically, you can rent them for a couple of hours and probably cost me about $300 or something for a couple of hours. Like it's about $100, let's say, an hour, more or less, which is very cheap because you might be like, that's expensive, but it's not, because you could literally have 10 people or so in that yacht. So if each person paid a little bit towards it, it really isn't expensive. So you could take that yacht, then you can go out into the water, into the sea, and you can have a party on it, for example, or whatnot. So people do that all the time. And or for the people who own the yachts. So basically in the marina you can get your yacht, you rent your space, or you can probably buy it even, but you rent your space. So basically you can go out, park your yacht, or sorry, you can go out, you can use your yacht, come back in, park it in the bay here, and you can go straight into your apartment, which is probably right next to you. Or you can go shopping in the many malls and high street areas here. This is one of the malls, and apartments too. So it's literally like that. So imagine waking up in the morning, your apartment is right here. You go down to your yacht, you take your yacht out for a couple of hours, you come back in, you park it, you go in shopping, you go into the restaurants, or you go back in home. It's a lifestyle for people. So there's an option. So if you just want to get around by yacht, you have the option to get around Dubai in a yacht. So your choice there. Yeah, so as I said, park your yacht, go into the mall or your apartment. So lots of yachts, like from small yachts to, well, quite large yachts. I didn't see any, at least while I was there, I didn't see any, let's say, like super yachts, like these gigantic monstrosities, like that cost probably tens of millions or whatever. I didn't see any of those like gigantic ones, but I've seen big size yachts. I don't really care much for yachts, but like might as well just show it while I'm there. So this is another area. Um, this is where the Ferris wheel, Ben, that you were mentioning earlier. So I think when you kind of look at like the view here, it kind of in a way kind of reminds me like kind of New York kind of thing. Just it's like if you're kind of like Statue of Liberty looking in, and you have all like the skyscraper kind of thing. It's just that kind of like that view. Um, so you have a very popular beach here, and along the beach you have all these like kind of clubhouses, these beach houses where you can have parties. There's DJs. You can sit down, relax on the beach, and people will bring you drinks. Like very fancy. Kind of get like that image in your head of, let's say you're on like a Caribbean island, and you're relaxed on the decking chair or whatever, right? And then you're just like, garçon, and it's like, bring me my wine, and they come over and they pour your wine, or they have your cocktail ready for you. It's that kind of experience, very like, you know luxury. And you have DJs and stuff playing across the beach and all this. So uh, this beach gets up. It wasn't a swarming when I was there, because the day, like it's not the summer there, for example. It's like it's February, so it's like 25, 28 degrees, and it's a bit overcast. They love when it's overcast because it's the sun is not like beating down on them. Um, but yeah, it wouldn't be exactly let's say a beach day for, well, locals. For tourists, well, yeah, it would be. So they have this really cool. They have this cool bridge. Actually, I love the structure of this bridge. They have this bridge that connects from this island over to, which is where a Ferris wheel and another shopping area, very cool looking area actually, that connects directly over to the beach. So you could literally you could park, let's say, on this island, because it goes underground under the water. So you could park under the water in the underground car park, go up to the markets or whatever, and then you can walk over to the beach or whatever you want at that stage. More architecture here. This is one of the two frames. This isn't the building that they call the frame, but this is one that's almost identical to it. But there's another building that looks, as I said, almost identical. That's in a different part of Dubai, but it's structured like a frame, like a framed photo. And when you look through it, with the kind of artistic point of it is that when you look through the building, like kind of like this one, you see old versus new. So you have old Dubai, which would be, the non-skyscraper, modern, advanced. And then when you look through on the other side, you see the old Dubai. So I think that's a kind of a cool artistic design. Now, it's not this particular one. As I said, there's another one, but it's shaped extremely similar. This one, I think it's a hotel or something like that. The frame itself, it's a viewing tower. So literally, you can go up. There's not really much there, but you can go up to the top, and then it's glass everywhere. So it's glass floors, so you can look down, to everything that's below you. So it's one of the multiple viewing towers that they have dotted around Dubai. So, but this one, it's livable. This particular one, the frame itself, that's just a viewing tower. And yeah, just more skyscrapers, and then leading onto the island. And oh, blap. So when everyone's load up, and then it doesn't load up. Load up this time, please. Okay, so this is kind of once again this island. It's full of markets and stuff over here. I didn't show the full thing, but you have the largest Ferris wheel in the world, right there. They were like, we like the one that they have in London. It's called the London's Eye. I was on it a few years ago, um, but of course Dubai was like, we like it, but we want it bigger. So bigger. Because everything that they do in Dubai needs to be bigger and better. Of course it does. So, world's largest Ferris wheel, to my knowledge. It takes, I think, 45 minutes approximately to go to rotate once. On the Ferris wheel, this is unfortunately, I'm not uh, close enough to show you, but the cabins are very big on the Ferris wheel. So on the Ferris wheel, it's not like if you go to the one that's in London, for example, the Big Ben, the London Eye, it's next to Big Ben. I got that mixed up because Big Ben is jealous now because Ben wrote that. But if you go to the one in London, you can go in and sit down on it, and you see London, right? Because this is not London, because this is Dubai, and we've already kind of figured out by now that Dubai wants to do things bigger and better, as I pretty much said. What do you think happens in this Ferris wheel? Of course, Dubai has to go one step further because not only can you sit down, but in most of these cabins, you have little mini restaurants. You can go in, you have a waiter and a chef in each of the cabins, and you can sit up to 10 people per cabin. I believe it's 10 people anyway. So you can sit down in the Ferris wheel, have your meal. It takes 45 minutes or so to rotate, and it takes about two rotations to do the whole experience of let's say, your lunch or whatever, right? So, once again, luxury in its own way. So they like to do things bigger and better. So there you go. If you never had lunch or dinner in a Ferris wheel, go to Dubai and you'll have your own chef and waiter in your cabin making you your stuff. So fun times. So gotta enjoy the bigger and better stuff. And of course, like we're on the coast here of Dubai is surrounded by sea, pretty much where it is. So plenty of water sports for people. Oh, actually, I did get a bit better of a photo, but of it. But once again, like different architecture every single time. Everywhere you go has different architecture, but nice little cool area. As I said, you drive underground, you park underneath the ground there, so you're under the water. Then you can come up into this small little marketplace, and then you can branch off. Well, to the Ferris wheel, or you could branch off over the bridge to the beach, as an example. So moving on from here, then we have Expo City. So Expo City, I think it was 2020. They had like this huge ceremonious event, kind of almost like the Olympics in a way. But they had huge ceremony here, or was it 2022? But but this dome they kept afterwards. Now the whole area around Expo Cities is gorgeous. It's beautiful. But I particularly found myself fascinated by the dome because the dome, it as you can see here, the lights change, the colors, the patterns, all that stuff. It continually changes. Now, when I was being toured in this area, there was a K-pop band or some K-pop group anyway about to perform. So there was going to actually be a concert, and they have done concerts in this dome before, so I'm sure it would have been cool. But I didn't stick around for the K-pop band. But what we were hoping, because we didn't know it was going to be a K-pop or even a concert there, we were hoping to catch this kind of this like video show that they put on at nighttime. So they use this entire all these panels to like project videos and images and lighting, like a big kind of lighting display kind of thing mixed with videos and stuff. It's meant to be really cool. Unfortunate, there happened to be a K-pop band going on in the middle here. Um, so it would be really cool as an audience member sat down in it while music is going on, changing colors and images and all that. I think it would be a really cool experience. But we did get to see some of the random images and colors and stuff that were happening, on rotation pretty much. So they were changing it. The music, there was lots of music on, just various artists while they were kind of warming up for a concert kind of thing. But really, really cool to just stand there and just like watch and listen to the music. Like I was dancing there at that point. I was just like, I'm loving this, and people were loving my energy. So I was like, yeah, these are my people. So it's just really cool, and it just goes on, and it's free as well. You can literally just stand there and it's done. It's done for you. You don't have to pay to get into this place. It's Expo City. You literally park outside, you go in, and you have the whole grounds to enjoy. So that was the actual last stop as well of the tour, because I think at this point it was around 8 or so p.m. In the evening, and I would have been out for many hours, going all over Dubai, capturing as much as I can. Now, obviously, I didn't show everything in photos and stuff because I didn't want to put my phone in my hand all the time. But I did take a lot of videos and stuff just to show you guys as well, and also for my own memories. But yeah, like a really really cool experience. In terms then of like, I said I'd get back to this. So like in terms of, let's say, like the city, and just kind of walking around on the streets, and stuff, it's very clean. Now I was talking about earlier, like, maybe that's just the kind of like the center of Dubai, and maybe if you move further out, maybe it comes a bit of a dump. I didn't see anything. I rarely even saw a piece of litter on the ground, like extremely rarely. Like, and I was all over Dubai pretty much, like in locations. Even when walking the streets, I was like, where's the shit on the floor? I see nothing. It's like it's so fucking clean. And in terms of like crime and stuff, from what I got told, there's like zero crime, pretty much. The police force and all that, the presence, it's there's security, yes. But like the presence of the police, I barely even seen it. Like we went past one of the sheiks. I wish I got lots of this stuff on video, but I was just like watching it. I didn't have my phone on me 24/7, but I went out to, like, there's these Palm Islands, Dubai. I went to the Palm Islands. So there's these Palm Islands that are, you might have seen the images like this before. These are real. Uh, I've been there, so I know. Fuck. Stupid websites needing me to la. So you have these. There's three of them. There's two currently created. Now this obviously is a mock-up, but it's pretty much this. But this is a mock-up of it. This is the first Palm Island. This was completed years ago. Anyway, this was done years ago, and it's fully rented out or lived in. Okay, so you're entering here from the mainland, and you're coming out to these man-made Palm Islands. It's pretty much, they got lots of sand and just created like a huge ass, let's say, town, or kind of like mini city, I suppose, in a way, but let's just say town. So you come in here, and these are full of like businesses and hotels and stuff like that. In the middle here, you have the viewing tower. So like the other towers, you can go up and just look down from it. They also have a huge, apparently have a huge ass swimming pool in this one too. So you can, and it's kind of like one of those. I think they're called sky pools. Is a sky pool? You know, the ones that look like there's no like edge. It's like you're kind of floating out in the sky. You know, I think they're called sky pools or something. Anyway, it's meant to be like one of those. So you're very high up in this viewing tower, but it's also a swimming pool. So you have that kind of sky pool effect type of thing. That there's no barrier. Well, obviously there is, but you know, it gives that effect that you're kind of floating in the sky kind of thing. How much do they cost? I got no fucking idea. Probably insane. All of these are all houses, villas. These are all private residences. Now, there's a metro station. There's a metro that goes through it. So if you are realistically the metro is kind of for the tourists, so the tourists can come out here and view it in case they don't drive. Because if you live here, you will probably 99.99% have a car. You know, because you're so fucking rich that you can afford to live on Palm Island. Of course you're going to have a fucking car. Or you have your yacht. So as you can see, there's multiple ports for your yachts because you're super fucking rich, right? So we went we went all over here. There's actually you can this isn't disconnected, by the way. It looks like it's disconnected, but there's actually bridges if you look very closely around the edges, and it looks disconnected if you look at it like from the middle. You're like, okay, but how do you get out there? Okay, it's like, okay, I can see the bridges that connect to each kind of island of the palm, but how the hell do you get out there? Underground. So literally you're driving off and you go under the water and then you come up on the other side, and then that's how you get around. Now there's two major hotels on these Palm Islands. One is called Atlantis and the second one is called New Atlantis. Both magnificent looking structures. They're very hopefully I can even, or maybe they're even Atlantis, Palm Island, Dubai. Probably something like this. Yes. Can I click on there? Yeah, I know where it is. But yeah, so can I get maybe another magnificent looking? Okay, so I'm trying. So this is Atlantis. This is the first of two of the hotels. As you can see, they also have a water park because, of course, they fucking do. They also have a water park because, you know, I have a hotel and water park. It's like Disneyland, but for extremely rich people. So, so amazing looking structure, and inside is meant to be full opulence. I was not inside it. I only went to, I was only viewing it from the outside, but apparently it's meant to be it's Dubai, so it's going to be fucking opulent. But yeah, huge, absolutely gigantic. And then the other one, the New Atlantis, which is even more fancier on the inside, and apparently has this like fountain that shoots from the bottom floor up to the top, and just does that just like, because why the fuck not? So this is New Atlantis. This is a very interesting shape. It reminds me of fucking Tetris. It's like Tetris blocks. I don't think it doesn't look as pretty as the first one, but inside is meant to be more magnificent. Once again, you can't go inside unless you actually are staying there. They're very, lots of these places, they have security at the gates. Unless you show them that you're living, that you're staying there, there's not a fucking hope you're getting near it. So that's why I can't go inside. Now they also have restaurants, like they have Michelin restaurants and stuff inside these places too. You could get in if you have a reservation for the restaurant, but once again, you know, you'd be paying, well, quite a lot of money. I'm sure it's tasty, but yeah, I'm not going to pay just to see the hotel. You know, probably really nice to stay there for a few days if you could afford it. But this is New Atlantis, so that's the second hotel. Very interesting design. I obviously think the the Atlantis. Personally, I think that looks like this one that I showed you. I think this just looks nicer. Just like there's something, they're both very different. Like from an architecture, obviously structural standpoint, they're very different. But as I said, this one's meant to be more fancy. Um, and you have your water park. If you stay in either of them, you have free access to the water park as well. So it's like included in your stay. You have access to the water park, which is next door. So you can literally just get up and go into the water park, kind of like as if you're staying in like the Disneyland resorts. You have access to like the parks. It's kind of like the same thing, but it's just like an added extra, just an extra perk. So you you might as well stay in the hotel if you're going to the water park, pretty much from what I heard. Bahamas one is the best. Been inside, didn't like the cig smoke. I didn't say I wasn't in the Bahamas, but Aquatic, I'll take your word for it. And hello, if you're on drugs, does the outside make sense? Probably, it probably does. But look, architecture, man, architecture. So yeah, as I said, like coming like touring around here is on this Palm Island, like it is extraordinary in its own way. Like you can see another view from here, as I said. Um, it is like, as these are all villas, as mentioned. These are all villas, extremely expensive to live here. Now, this is the first one. The second one, I couldn't get onto, because although it's completed, the construction of all the buildings is not completed. So I don't know, can I do I'll say second Palm Island, Dubai, maybe will come up. Oh yeah, they also have like another like World or one that's out in the sea though, so you can't get to that one. And they don't provide transport to it either. Um, yeah, so this is the second Palm. I don't have a better photo for it at the moment. But the construction of it is completed. It's bigger than the first one, but it's not filled in yet with all the buildings and all that, so you can't actually go out and look at it. But the first one, like I showed you, you can go out because that's fully accessible. They also have I'm trying to get this one, but I don't think it lets me. There's also another one. It's like I forget the name of it. It's like the world or something, or the map, or world and universe archipelagos. Yeah, I don't have a better photo of this at the moment from what I can see, but basically they have another one in construction, and it's basically meant to be like the map of the world. So you can buy your house or whatever on, well, the different islands. All of these are tiny little islands that are meant to be like map of the world type of thing, right? So yeah, you can buy your plot of, well, yeah, you can buy your plot basically. The thing is though, is that the Pam Deira and Pam Jamira. Now, Deira is the first one that's already constructed. You can go onto it. The one that I showed you with the hotels, Atlantis and New Atlantis. The Jamira one, that's newly constructed. You can't go on there yet. But the World and Universe one, they don't provide, or well, at least yet, but I don't think, from what I got told, I don't think they plan to. They're not going to provide public transport to get out to the World and Universe islands. They do provide transport. They have a metro, as I said, for the Palm de Ira, and they will have something similar for the other Palm as well. So this one is literally like complete private. You buy your plot of land, and you can, I don't know, go with your yacht or your private helicopter or whatever, and there you go. So it's not meant to be for the public at all. Whereas this, you can go and tour it at least, but well, you could probably stay in one of the hotels or whatever. But unless you're fucking extremely rich, or you don't have a house there. So yeah, they're doing bit by bit. So I got to go on to this one. But as I said, the other one's only in construction. So next to like kind of near one of these palms as well, by the way, the sheik, which is like the king, essentially he has like two different, from what I got told, he has like two different residences. One is the beach residence, and then the other one is like in the city center residence. I saw it's a big tower that he's in, but if like when I was passing it, I don't think there's gonna be probably photos of it because it's all walled off. Sheik of Dubai residence. Maybe there's something on Google. Yeah, well, I wouldn't have saw this because it's behind gates and stuff. But yeah, so like his residence or whatnot. Uh, of course, it will be like just big and opulent and rich or whatever. So the thing is though is that your president of your country or probably like a prominent political figure, right? Or maybe you have a king or you're some sort of monarch, right? So maybe you have a president, maybe you have a monarch, maybe you have another or some other high up political things. Now I'm sure if your president most likely has security outside of his property, right? Like most likely he has the police or the army or something to, prevent people getting into it. At least that's what I've seen in lots of cities and places that I've been, that, prominent figures would definitely have some sort of security, right? Do you think in Dubai that their king, their sheik, has army and police outside his doors? Now, considering everything I've been saying about Dubai, doing it better, doing it bigger, doing it whatever, rich, opulent, la 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 la. What do you think the president, or the king, the sheik of Dubai has outside his premise? Anyone want to have a guess? While we're here. Although the Atlantis I want to try are Atlantis cruises, wink wink. Ooh, aquatic, I wonder why. My internet's back. Ego, your internet's back. Good. Good to hear. Hopefully you didn't miss too much of my story. If you did anyway, you can always go back and watch on Twitch. For America, are you referring to the fat orange Jay? to that fat orange Jay? Are you calling me fat orange Jay? Are you calling him Jay? You mean comma fat orange comma Jay? Question mark. Yes, in reference to him. Yes, like you have the White House and you have lots of security at the White House, like outside it, literally. Not just defenses, but you have literally people outside it. Landmines, says Uncut Chain. Possibly. I passed his house. Now, once again, the walls of his house. All right, I passed it. Outside, waiting for you, outside of the sheik's house. And once again, we're talking about Dubai, so big, doing it better than everyone else, right? So outside of his house, his beach residence, he has, of course, the wall. And outside of the wall, well, like you have an entrance. The door was actually open. Actually, you could literally, I guess, walk through it if you could, or decided to. But he had the surrounding wall, right? And that was it. There was no security outside. There was no police. There was not a single army person. I bet you didn't think of that. There was nothing outside the king, the sheik's residence. Nothing. Just a wall with a door that was open. Now, inside, there might have been, obviously security and stuff, but on the outside, you kind of want to, like, in most cities, I'm sure you'd want to, like, set up a presence. The point is that crime is pretty much non existent. So the safety is, you're very safe. Like, I walked around, not a fucking issue whatsoever. Now, once again, as I'm a tourist, so there you go. Now, that doesn't mean crime doesn't happen, okay? That doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. I'm saying you're safe, very safe. And one of the reasons for that, as I got explained to me, is that since the vast majority of people that live there are expats, if you do crime in Dubai, you will be deported. You will lose your visa and you will be deported. You'll be banned. And obviously, if you're working there, or if you're a millionaire or a billionaire, or you have your lavish lifestyle there, or whatever the fuck it is, the last thing you want is to lose your, well, right to access, well, your property or anything there, right? You don't want to be kicked out of the fucking country. So, now, it depends on the crime or whatever, right? But people obviously do not want to be deported because they will fucking deport you like that. So crime is more or less non-existent, at least. Let's say petty crimes and stuff like that. There's probably hush hush, secret, wink wink, hitmen type things because I'm a billionaire, I can hire a hitman or whatever, and no one's ever going to hear about it. There's probably that shit. But I'm on about knife crime, stealing, that type of stuff. There's none of that. Not that I noticed, not that I got told. The locals were telling me there's nothing like that at all. Very, very safe. There's barely even a police presence. There's plenty of security in the malls and shit like that, of course. But the police presence, from what I saw, is minimal. And that's kind of also evident by literally nothing even outside the king of the country's house. So, just saying what I saw, which is quite remarkable to say the least. So they must be doing something right. They must be doing something right, and maybe that's something that our countries could probably do as well. You do a crime, you get fucking deported. End of it. There's no second chances. There's no whatever the fuck. You lose your visa, you get deported. End of story. That could be maybe a model that may work. I don't know if it would work, but maybe it would scare a lot of people. And I'd imagine if you're a local, like, it'd be jail and stuff like that. But at least it would solve many issues probably that countries have if they just deported anyone that does a crime. And hey, look, I suppose Trump is so adamant on deporting people for no fucking reason outside of, So if he's so adamant on doing that, I'm sure countries could actually take a legal, I would consider a legal stance that if you commit a crime, at least a serious enough crime, there's just get the fuck out of our country type thing. Unfortunately, lots of countries don't seem to have the balls to do that, and that's probably one of the reasons why a lot of our countries are the way they are. That's not excusing locals, because locals are probably just as fucking culpable as non-locals. But I definitely know that crime in Ireland is at an all-time high over the last couple of years, and that's not just because of our locals. It's because our country is fucking stupid. But locals cause a lot of issues too, let's just say. So very safe, very opulent, clean as fuck. For once again, from everything that I've witnessed in Dubai. If you're working there, you get well paid. That would be able to sustain a good life. Otherwise, it would be extremely expensive. Just like any major city, I suppose, it is expensive. And obviously, if you want the life of luxury, if you want your yachts and your islands and your supercars, actually, yes, I saw a lot of supercars there. It was kind of nice in a way, being like, I don't have a supercar. Ah, well. Um, but if you love architecture, modern architecture and stuff, like that would be probably a wet dream for you. But really, I would say Dubai is really worth the visit if you ever do get the opportunity to go there, because I had a great time. I'd love to go back, and I'd love to go back for longer. Is it a city that I would live in? I'm not too sure. Maybe to escape the cold for a couple of months, it would be a very good idea. But once again, you'll have lots of restrictions in other ways. So, you have to kind of, it really would depend on your quality of life and what you're kind of wanting from life. Because obviously, the Middle East does have a lot of restrictions that come with it, even though that Dubai is a lot more progressive, and they allow you to do more than, let's say, other nations of the Middle East. So they are quite tolerant of a lot of stuff from what I've heard and what I've seen. But yeah, so um, I had a very short stay there, but pretty much that was my entire journey that I wrapped up there in like 1.5 or so hours or so. So yeah, not bad. So hopefully for you guys that have been listening since now, if you missed it since the start, you can go back and rewatch the stream, of course, if you want like all the details and the insight stuff that I got told from the locals, so you're getting like first hand information and stuff. But if you are curious about Dubai and the sites and all the photos and videos that I had, just go back and rewatch it. I'll get it up on YouTube eventually, but you can just when the stream ends, you can click back on the video and fast forward about 2 or so hours into the stream, and there we go. But yeah, hopefully, if there was any like if you have any questions that I might know, feel free to ask. Um, but I think I gave a kind of a good rundown in such a short space of time. As in, like, because I had such a short space of time being there and actually having leisure activity. Um, I think I gave a good rundown of of what to kind of expect, and like dispelled some of the misinformation that people may have, like what's accepted versus not accepted there, from once again what locals tell me and such. Um, if I had the money, it would definitely be a city I'd be interested in. At least a couple, now not full time, but like, how earlier I said if you had, let's say, like two homes, like you went, like, let's say, like one thing that I'd love is to escape the winter, like the cold stuff. So, like, if I had, let's say, a home in Europe, or somewhere like that, and I could stay there during the summer, and then when the winter is starting to kick in, I could, let's say, fly to Dubai, for example, and continue on there until near the summer, and then come back to Europe. Because once again, um, it's never winter as such in Dubai. It's always warm there, but the summer, as mentioned, like at the start of the segment, it's about 50 plus degrees Celsius, which is just disgusting. And it's also humid and stuff too, so you're like literally dripping, and that's not going to be a good quality of life, I'm sure, for most people. Like, you'd literally have to run from AC to AC, and that's why nearly everyone drives, because you literally would leave your AC apartment into your AC car, and then you go into your AC work, because that's the only way you'd be able to survive there realistically, like during the summer. I got told the cheapest time to go to Dubai is during the summer, because no one really wants to go there when it's 50 plus degrees Celsius. So take that, if as an as a cheaper alternative of going if if outside of the other times. But yeah, I don't think you'd want to really be walking around there in 50 degrees heat. It's no, no, just no. Now, maybe if you're used to that heat, which I don't know how the fuck you are, but if you are, then maybe you could survive it. People obviously need to. Like, I'd hate to be a construction worker, um, or doing any outdoors work. I don't know how the fuck they survive it. Um, but yeah. Kitty Combs, Big Muscle Flexing, welcome to you. Thanks for pressing the follow button. Laugh Loud Jay is an earth sign. It makes sense why he's so adaptable. I'm a water sign, actually. Um, I'm not really big with astrology, but I know my signs. Is Dubai not just for rich people, so you're limited what you can do if you can't afford it or anything? So if you work there, you earn, like you have a working visa, like you're sponsored by a company, or else you have a golden visa because, you're sponsored by the government essentially, to live there because maybe you invested in a lot of, you invested in property there, or you got some sort of like scholarship or something like that, to get the golden visa. Um, if you're like working there, you're going to be on a very good wage, which should sustain a good lifestyle. It may not be luxury, but it would be comfortable from what I got told. So you don't need like the best of the best job. Obviously, you will be restricted with certain things because we don't all have money to live on the Palm Islands. We don't all have money for our private helicopters and chauffeurs and um, these other luxury stuff, super sports cars and whatnot. But like for the people who can't afford that stuff, like the multi-millionaires and billionaires that live there and stuff, that's why there's other things that you can just live a good quality of life apparently, without any of that. You can go to the beach and you can go to the parties and you can enjoy yourself. You can go shopping and just doing whatever the hell you want, I suppose, in a way, just outside of the luxury stuff. Now, whenever you're like visiting a city or anything, you're always seeing it from a tourist perspective. So you're like, could I see myself living here? Like, especially if let's say you're doing a typical, let's say 9 to 5 type job, it's like, you have to get yourself out of tourist mode and be like, okay, so if I'm working 9 to 5, then that means I could do this stuff on the weekends or this stuff in my spare time. Like, is this somewhere I'd want to live? Like, these are kind of like the questions that you're asking, right? Um, but like, there's, as I said, over half of the population are expats. So look, that like there's no possible way that over 2 million people are millionaires and billionaires living in Dubai. Like there are people that are working there in hospitality, doctors, nurses, tech, you name it. Like they're not all going to be like multimillionaires, right? So they have to be able to live comfortably, just like anyone else. As I said, like the people who are in, let's say, what would be seen as lower jobs, like lower to the locals, because the locals only want kind of higher up jobs, such as like management, boss kind of positions. But for the lower jobs, like the restaurants, the retail, all that type of stuff, like the ordinary jobs, um, they would be filled with Filipinos and Indians pretty much. You're not going to see Arabs unless they're the boss or manager or something working there realistically. They'll have something a little bit more fancy because, of course, they will. So there you go. Dubai is definitely not just for the rich people. Watching Ultimate Airport Dubai showed a lot of people purchasing stuff there they can't afford in their own countries. Like, like I can't remember the exact conversion rates, but like it was around like I think it was around $3 for like one, was it UAD or whatever, UED. I'm trying to remember what the freaking currency is called. Well, it was something like that anyway. But the thing is, obviously, if you're living there, you're going to get a lot of UED. And the thing is you have to you have to remember this as well. Like you may or may not know this, right? But in Dubai and a good amount of the Middle East, to be fair, but Dubai in particular, in Dubai, you don't pay taxes. The taxes that you pay are on like, the goods and stuff like that. But like and if you're a business, I think it's like 5% corporation tax, like fucking nothing for a business. It's fucking nothing. Um, but like in Ireland, it's like 20% of your income is an income tax. In Dubai, it's practically zero. Like so, your money is yours. It's not going to the government. The government doesn't need your money. The government has oil. Oil fuels everything. That's why they're so fucking rich. That's why they can literally afford to literally build this gigantic metropolis in 53 years and are currently expanding it even more. That's why they have all this huge opulence, these crazy designs, these gigantic hotels, these Palm Islands full of millionaires and billionaires, all these villas, yachts, whatever. It's a huge advantage to have practically zero tax there. As I said, they tax on like goods and stuff like that, and businesses 5% or something like that anyway. But like imagine you coming home from work, getting your salary at the end of the month or whenever you get paid, and knowing pretty much everything is yours. There's no deduction minus 20% going to Mr. Taxman. Like, that's very, very hard to beat, right? Knowing that your money's going to be yours and not going away to fucking that asshole. And when I say asshole, it's not just one person, obviously, but like the tax man. No one likes the tax man. So you can weigh that stuff up, when you're thinking of it. That's how people can afford stuff too. That's why they can afford to go on holidays, like especially during the summer when it's like 50 degrees or whatnot. They can afford to actually go away for a fucking month or two and enjoy life, because they have a lot of money there. Now, obviously, there's people who are going to be poor there, like as mentioned, the people who, like the Indians and stuff that like work in the construction and all that stuff, they're going to be considered poor in comparison. But look, it is what it is, right? But you could definitely live there without being incredibly wealthy. But obviously, it would be like a playground to you if you had all that wealth. So I could see it as a place that I would live for a couple, not full time, but a couple of months of the year, if I had that opportunity to be like kind of like a nomad, like in the digital, like you might have heard this term before, digital nomad. Because since what I do online, technically I don't need to be anywhere technically, but I have to call somewhere my residence after all, which is Ireland. And right now, with my equipment and stuff, that's the kind of only thing that keeps me here, because I don't want to bring all this anywhere. But realistically, if I had the money, I could literally transport all this equipment, bring it to, let's say, Dubai for a couple of months, and then transport it back. Or if I had even more money, I could just keep the shit here or wherever my residence is, and then have another set of equipment in Dubai because I'm super fucking rich. So, but this is that would be great. Or in other countries, I could have maybe 3 or 4 places of residence, rent out a very cheap place in a country that doesn't cost much to live. Like these things are possible. You don't need to have a lot of money to do it. You just need to have the knowledge, and kind of know how to gain the system in a way, like in where you're legally not paying tax realistically, because you're constantly moving around, right? So, like, if you play it smart enough, you could probably rent multiple properties and also then rent those properties out. So those properties are paying for the time that you're not there. Like, this is how people make things affordable, because they have the, let's say, maybe the upfront cash to kind of start you. And then from there, they can kind of be sustained at that point. And if your job, for example, is completely remote, there's really nothing stopping you from being able to have such a, you know, a good experience, a good quality of life like that. Like, I would love if I had 2 or 3 places I could, you know, just go off to anytime I fucking felt like it. I'm not there just yet, but after seeing, let's say, Dubai, and kind of seeing, oh, this is something that could happen, I'm like, ah, it definitely interests me. And in a way, I suppose I could probably make it work to some degree, but I'd have to do a lot of research into that. And also, I'd have to find 2 or 3 places that I would love to live for a couple of months. Now, I could change that every year or whatever, like 3 different places every year, or else I'll have 2, let's say, permanent places. Then I have one that I kind of like shuffle. Like, you know, you could do all this every 3 months, move to a different location, you know, bounce around. Like, if you have the knowledge, man, you could definitely do it. I don't have that knowledge because I haven't studied it, like looked it up and done all this research. But if I really, 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 really wanted to, I guess I could have some sort of design for it. So technically, I could, maybe not 3 or 4 places, but you know. So it's the, like, the experience in Dubai. It definitely put that kind of question in my mind, being like, I'm so fucking sick of feeling cold every fucking winter. It really encourages me to get the fuck out of here every winter. That is. So hopefully down the line, in a year, 2 years, or whatnot, maybe that might become a reality. We'll see, right? So move the fuck away from the cold. Move the fuck away from the winter. 6 months in one place, 6 months in another. 4, 4, 4, 3, 3, 3, 3. However you want to design it. If you have the money or you have the knowledge, you don't have to have as much money as you think you do. There's people doing it for pittance because they don't care about their living conditions. There's literally people that backpack around the world for very little because they will, like, they literally will, you know, they'll be looking after every single penny, kind of thing. They'll stay in like hostels. They won't be getting Ubers and stuff like that. They will get the public transport system. They will walk if they fucking need to. They will do whatever they can to make it as cheap as possible, and probably even try, if possible, earn money on the side. Or if they have an online gig, you know, like a fully remote, workable work environment. Whether they made that for themselves, their own business, or whether that's, you know, a part of a company that they're working for, and then they can kind of travel and do all this stuff and la 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 la. Obviously, it takes effort, but like, of course, it's going to take effort. So there we go. I feel that in my soul with the Bay Area climate. Try it. Come to Oregon. Oh wait, it's cold as fuck here too. That's what I'm saying. It's like we if we can, we could definitely, you know, if we want a better life for ourselves, we just have to work on it, you know. But I'm not there yet. I'm not there just yet. Hopefully eventually. Escape the cold at all fucking, like, I can handle the cold. I just don't want to fucking handle the cold. I just I don't like extremes, right? And like, Ireland isn't extreme. Like, obviously, like Dub, for example, you're living in Canada and you showed me a couple of videos of literally you being practically buried under the snow, you know, more or less. Like, those temperatures are going to be way more fucking extreme of the cold that I'm feeling here, right? I just don't like extremes. I don't want to be living in a super hot country like during the summer, and I don't want to be living in a super cold country during the winter. So I guess at least I have a little bit of more of a milder climate, but it still doesn't change the fact that when you feel cold, you feel fucking cold. Whether it's minus 20 degrees or whether it's, I don't know, 5 degrees, you're still cold. And if you don't want to be cold, my it's getting the fuck away from the cold. So I can handle cold. Just I don't want to handle the cold. I just want to be out of the fucking cold. I remember what one of my favorite comedians. His name is Billy Connolly. I used to love watching him. I haven't watched him now in many years, but he used to be one of my favorite comedians. He's a Scottish comedian. You may or may not have heard of him. But I remember him, like one of his kind of quotes was literally around the lines of what I just said there, is like the kind of like as he got older, like his quote would be like, as I got older, the more I wanted to like, you know, just escape the cold. Like I made it my mission to escape the cold. And I think John Cleese had a very similar one as well, if my memory serves me right. That he pretty much makes it his mission to like literally escape the cold. Um, so I as I get older, I can definitely appreciate those sentiments even more than ever, because I'm it's not that I can't handle it, I don't want to fucking handle it. There's a difference. But at least for now, we stay put and hopefully amass some wealth to allow us to do this transition, and then be smart enough to like rent out the place when we're not there. So if you're, let's, like I said this earlier, let's say you're like, you have two houses or two apartments, whatever. You're renting, you don't even have to own them, renting them or whatever the arrangement is. When you're not in one of them, you're renting it out. So it's paying for itself. So that way, when you transfer to the other apartment or whatnot, the other one is then getting rented out. And that way you can literally do it on a lot easier way. You just have to obviously arrange all this stuff. But people are always looking for places to rent. So short-term letting for like 5, 6 months or whatever. Lots of people do that. People do it for 2 months, 3 months, whatever, or fucking room for a week. Like people do it all the time. So you could definitely make it possible. RevNet, big muscle flexing. Thank you so much for the 27 months in a row, 29 months in total. Thank you so much for helping support the stream financially. So thank you for helping to pay the electricity and the internet bills, my friend. Much, much appreciated. Big muscle flexing. Thank you so much for that, RevNet. But guys, if you're just joining in at the moment, we literally spent the first about 2 hours of the stream talking about topics such as texting, reply times, pet peeves when it comes to, let's say, texting etiquette. Like if you're dating someone, we were giving it, like, feel free to chime in on this as I'm talking about it now, as I'm kind of doing a bit of a recap. Dildos, we talked about dildos too. Got there. We went there, and then we were talking about my visit to Dubai there a couple of days ago, and I only got back there. I'm still fucking tired. I got back there yesterday, but yeah. So the topic that we were talking about at the start, that took like 2 hours before we went into all the pictures and photos and the pictures and videos and all the facts that I had from the locals, like first-hand experience, and also straight from the horse's mouth. The first topic that we were talking about was pretty much, as mentioned, it was like about texting. Do you have like any like minimum when it comes to texting? Let's say you started dating someone, or maybe you can apply this for how you were like in the past. You're currently dating someone, you did date someone, maybe you're currently in a relationship with someone. Do you have like any red flags when it comes to like texting? They text too little, they're texting too much. Do you have like a minimum of what you kind of expect, like one text in the morning, one text in the evening, maybe a text or two throughout the day, 1 or 2 texts every couple of days? You know, how about response times? Are you okay if they take all day to reply to you? You know, do you almost kind of demand like quick responses? You text, so they should text like as quick as possible. Outside of, let's say, when you know they're working, let's say, and it's like, okay, I'm not going to have access to my phone for the next couple of hours until my break. So, outside of those kind of things. But let me know. This is what we talked about at the start of the stream. So if you have anything like that, feel free to chime in there. But yeah, we were talking about multiple topics like that, dildos, and then the Dubai trip as well. So if you missed any of it, because I'm getting close to the end of my stream time, we have like 15 or so minutes left. This is a full talk stream. I'll be back to gaming tomorrow on the Wednesday stream. But if you missed any of it, you can when the stream ends, you can come back and rewatch it here on Twitch. I will eventually get it uploaded to YouTube, but so you can watch it anytime then, because videos disappear from Twitch like 60 days or so after they air. So yeah, so many topics there that we talked about tonight. So chit chatting the whole way through. My fantasy is to buy a house, says Chorus, in the Japanese countryside, as you can get a nice house for half the price of mine. They like, yeah, like location. Like you can look for places to have quite affordable housing, So why the hell not? If you can do it, why not? My dream would be to have an apartment or house in either LA or PS. Is that Pennsylvania? I'm not too sure. You're allowed to PS. I'm trying to think off the top of my head what's PS. Or Miami or Fort Lauderdale. PS. No, not Providence. Palm Springs. Okay, there we go. Palm Springs. Yeah, I was like Pennsylvania. God damn you Americans. How am I meant to know this stuff? I try. Why not? Like you Aquatic, that would literally be one house or apartment on the West Coast, one on the East Coast. Sounds pretty good to me. Either side of the country. I don't know though, will that escape the winter as such, but maybe that's not really a major concern. But then again, I suppose like California, like that's probably decent enough weather all year round. Or something like that. Like I don't think your winters are like extremely cold. Obviously they're colder than spring and summer and stuff, obviously, but it's probably not that bad during the winter. So you tell me, because I'm not 100% sure. Pensort, a seaside cottage is my ideal place. Nice. I never really personally, I never really vied with a cottage in a fantasy kind of setting. Yeah, like when I go into fantasy worlds and when I'm playing games and like, yeah, I could see cottage, but I never would envision myself in a cottage living there. Seaside, nice, but a seaside cottage, it sounds very like homely. It's small, it's homely. It would be really good for probably your writing and stuff like that. I could see that for you. I could see that for you. How is it 8 already? Here you go. Time flies when you're having fun, man. Like when I'm in story time, we're in story time. I will talk and I will talk and I will talk. When don't I stop talking? That's actually a good question. Oh no. Did I get all those ones? Yeah, I did. 1 second. Just past ones I forgot to redemptions I forgot to click off. There we go. Up to date. You need to take into account global climate change. True. Lowest it got, says Chaos, this year was 40 Fahrenheit, so that's about 4 degrees Celsius. Okay, so it does get a bit cold. Not as cold as my country, but yeah, this is still cold. Like what is it now? Like right now at like 1 o'clock in the morning. It's 7 degrees. 7 degrees right now. It feels, well, right now it feels okay, but today during the daytime, it was probably like 3 degrees or something. It was fucking freezing. It was really cold this morning. Probably was even less than 3, but it was probably around that anyway. But then again, I came from like a 25 to 28 degrees climate, and then the next fucking day it's like 4 degrees or whatever the hell it is. Like you feel that. Like even if it's only a couple of days away, like you still fucking feel it. You know, it's like, the sting, it fucking stings. But then again, my housemates were like, it's really fucking cold the last like 2, 3 days. So it wasn't just me feeling it. Um, and you know, they didn't go on holidays. One of them's going on holidays next month, actually, I think it is. So, and she's going away for like a month. So it's like one less person in the house for like a whole month. She's lovely though. I love her. She's really nice. Some places will be a lot worse in 5 years. True, like on the extreme side of things, yeah. Like I'm kind of hoping for Ireland, if I'm still in Ireland in 5 years, that's gonna be warmer. I know that's like a greedy, like, you know, for me, because obviously that's not a good thing, but it'd be nice to be a little bit warmer in this fucking cold ass country, you know. Don't shoot me for wanting it to be a bit warmer where I live. Like, you know, for the extremes for you guys, yeah, maybe not so good, but just a little, you know, a little bit more degrees here in Ireland, it would be appreciated. Let's just put it that way. I bet eventually I will have a problem with that, but look, fuck it. We'll deal with that. We'll deal with that if that ever happens. It's mild in SoCal, hence why so many gays can be shirtless and sweaty in December. Gays are just shirtless and sweaty regardless of time. They just shirtless and sweaty. Here in San Francisco, oh Jesus, I can only imagine how shirtless and sweaty there in San Fran. It gets cold and wet like Dublin. Wet, eh? I'd be wet with all those shirtless and sweaty men. The microclimate that's created has been studied a lot, but it has its downsides, i.e. the cold. Most luxurious I can see for myself is some industrial loft apartment. Really? No, pen sword. No, man. You gotta dream bigger than that, dude. And Dub, no problem at all, man. Thanks for letting me know. You gotta dream a little bit bigger than a industrial loft apartment. Like, Jesus, that's like a death sentence, dude. Like I know from what I hear and stuff, like in New York and places like that. What do you call those? Is it micro apartments or something like that? Like these tiny boxes, and they're like, wow, I'm living in New York and I'm spending probably like 3-4 grand on this micro apartment thing. Like literally, is that like literally your ideal life that you set up for yourself? You know, my little shoebox that I'm paying excessive amounts of money to be in this like industrial micro loft thing. Nah, man, dream bigger than that. Dream bigger than that. I think you should. I think you dream it. You do as you want to do, but I think you should dream more for yourself than yeah, than that. I can see that, like, I definitely can understand that you don't see yourself living in a luxurious apartment or whatever. Like, I don't necessarily see myself living in a penthouse or whatever. Is it possible? Well, possible, but it's not really like, I'm more of a house person than an apartment person. I see apartments as temporary. I've always seen them as that. Oh, it's something you can live in for 2 or 3 years, whatever, then move the fuck away. Like, my idea, maybe it's because I grew up in a house and I have that kind of ties, that connection to a house, but I've always enjoyed having a 2-story house. You have your, you know, your ground floor and your first floor, you have the stairs, you know. I've always enjoyed that. A garden. I've always, really wanted that. So ideally, I would have a house, not a industrial loft apartment or luxurious penthouse. Never say never, but I think if I had my way, I'd probably have an apartment and a house. Something like that. So yeah, like maybe if you're like city living, like we talked about Dubai, I could live in an apartment or a villa or something. Uh, yeah, a villa. Um, in Dubai, yeah, good one, Jay. Good one, Jay. You're aiming really fucking high there. That's really fucking high. That's a couple of million. um, and then you have your house. That would be in another country. That's yeah. Now, if I somehow became a fucking multi millionaire, which is possible, like anything's possible if you work for it, then yeah, maybe I could get myself a nice house. It doesn't have to be one of these like celebrity fucking mansion type houses that they spend like 30 million, 50 million, whatever on. That's not that's never been in my really head outside of like, oh, this is a little fantasy that I have right now. But in my kind of realistic thing, I'm like, I don't need that. No one really needs that. It's just excessive, and I don't need excessive. That's never been me. I've never been excessive with what I want. The upside of the cold is you could wear really nice leather. But chorus, what about us that don't wear leather? I can't wear leather. With my body heat, the leather would probably just shrink on me. You know what I'm saying? I fucking can't wear leather. It's too hard, man. It's too hard. Like if I had to like just wear leather just to stand there and not move and take it off after a couple minutes, okay, I can do it. But if I literally have to go out and literally dance or move around in a hot environment in freaking leather, oh my god, shoot me now. Shoot me. Uh, ah, I couldn't. I couldn't. I could style it up. I think it's good as long as I don't go NY industrial. Okay. So if you can get maybe a good sized loft apartment, I think that and do it up, like style it the way you want it. I think that could be a good idea. But definitely don't do one of these micro whatever the lofts or whatever they're called in like New York and place. Like nah. I don't know how people think that's life. That's not fucking living. That's being a slave to your job, man. That's being a slave to your job. Um, as long as it has two rooms, one for sleeping in and the other for sleeping with people. Why not? There you go. I may just be exposing myself with my lifestyles. Jay's a neoprene guy. Neoprene. I'm not really sure what that is. This is where Google's going to come in and help me. Google. Hi, Google. I don't know what a neoprene is. Neoprene is also a polychloroprene. Is one of the first synthetic rubber products ever made. Oh, like the swimsuits and stuff. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah. Okay, I know what it is. I just wasn't when you write it like that. I had no idea. Thought it was like a lifestyle for a second. Like Jay's a neoprene type of guy. He's I don't know. He's like he's not like because I was talking about like being excessive and stuff. So he's not like excessive. That he doesn't want like excess materialistic shit. Comfortable but not excessive, kind of like in that in between. But nice. I was like, okay, maybe that's what a neoprene is. It's like no, Jay. It's kind of like synthetic lead rubber. It's rubber, Jay. It's not your lifestyle. It's fucking rubber, Jay. I might as well just go and put on one of the dog masks. Will I wear a dog mask? I think that's probably neoprene or whatever. Like it's rubbery stuff, right? So I'd imagine that's some sort of Neoprene. We'll just go and get the dog mask on. Haven't worn that in a fucking long time. Other people have, but not me. Woof. I need a whole room for my books and games alone. All my collectibles. Yeah. Okay, so it's kind of like I would like a have my own like what are they called? The walk-in wardrobes. I think that would be really cool, having a walk-in wardrobe. I have a wardrobe. I guess technically I could open and walk into it, but then there's I'm kind of stuck at that point. You know, I don't have a room that's dedicated to clothes and just hanging everything up and being like, ooh. I think that would be probably my only, well, I won't say my only excessive thing that I probably would desire, but that's more of a like, it's not a necessity. It's more like, oh, this would be nice if I had like a walk-in wardrobe, like a nice one, not this like shoebox walk-in, like I'm on about a nice one, okay? Like what the women have, you know? I want to be a woman for the walk-in wardrobe. I have a lot of clothes. Surprisingly, I have a lot of clothes. I'm actually throwing, well, when I say throw out, I mean I'm putting them into a bag and charity. I usually do it at least once a year. But I have a couple of things I need to clean out. And guys, I have a gigantic ball. I was going to say I have a gigantic ball sack. Eh. I It's- I was meant to stop at I have a gigantic sack, but then of course Jay adds in ball at the same time, and then like yeah, I like kind of go from there. But I have a gigantic. Oh, for fuck's sake! I have a gigantic sack full of underwear, in the corner of my room that I really need to. Must be a fraudulent slip. Oh, must be chaos. Must be. But I have so much underwear, man, and I don't want to give it away to charity because it's nice underwear, but I never wear them. But I have a bag. Like I brought it from my at Christmas when I went home. I had to clear out. I wanted to make space, and my brother said, "Could I like make more space because I'm not living there." But there was a big sack full of underwear, right? And I was like, I don't want to throw them out, and I don't want to give them to charity because they're nice. So I'm like, okay, I have a big giant sack. No fraudulent slip this time. I have a big giant sack full of underwear in the corner of my room. Like it's kind of tucked away so you can't really see it, you know? It's kind of like slightly behind the wardrobe. And I'm like, what am I going to do with all this underwear? You know? I need to figure out a good way to use this underwear or give it away. You guys give me suggestions. I'm sure you'll come up with great suggestions on what to do with my big giant sack of underwear. Look at the neoprene harness and stuff. I got one myself and so much work. Less work than leather gear. Easier to clean and care for, really. Well, now you know what it is, true. The biggest deal breaker for me would be the kitchen. I don't want a tiny kitchen. Yeah, I like a bit of a spacious kitchen too. I always wanted an island. I don't know. I just think like a little island is cool in the kitchen, but I don't have one here, and that's fine. I don't need one. I just think it would be like a nice to have. I'm going to make sure when I move out of my parents' house that that in-room washer and dryer is included. That's my deal breaker. Yeah, like I've never lived in a house or apartment that didn't have a washer and dryer inside. Like I know there's like apartment blocks and stuff, and maybe it's more common in your country. Um, it's not so it wouldn't be common here really. Like some if you have a house, sometimes people put it outside in like the shed, like in the garage. Just, people do that. But most of the time you'd have them in the kitchen. Or maybe you have your own separate like utility room. Very rarely would they be detached from the house, or even the apartment. Unless they have they it wouldn't be common to have, like, let's say, an apartment block. It wouldn't be common at all to have an apartment block and then have like a laundry service in like the basement. Like that wouldn't be common here, at least. Like I would just find that awful. Like imagine having to bring down all your shit down into the basement and just leave it there for a couple of hours or whatever to wash, and then you what if someone takes your clothes? I don't know. It's like putting them into a laundry mat. I'm like, what do you do? Do you like, you just leave them? Like, do you have to watch them? Do you like sit there and watch your clothes to make sure that someone just doesn't randomly come in and take whatever? I don't know. I've never been in that situation before. Now, if it's like a professional laundromat, let's say that you actually have to hand, let's say, someone your stuff and then they do it all for you, like that kind of service, okay, fair enough. I can understand that. But like if it's one of those kind of public ones that you rent the machine, the washing machine, and you throw all your stuff in, like what do you do? Do you have to watch it? I really don't know. Surely to have a staff member or something. I don't know. But yeah, the ones that you'd have probably in apartments, like in a basement or whatever. Even that's too much for me. I'd have to have one in my. I'd have to have one with me. I just think that's just no. It just sounds wrong. It just sounds wrong. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Hey, Ardy Coyote, how you? Sack full of underwear samples. You want to see my? Do you guys want to be? Okay, I'm over my stream time right now because I'm still quite tired from my trip. That's why I don't want to stay until like 2 o'clock. Anywhere between 1:30 to 2 o'clock is my stream time. But how about this? Before I go, do you want to see my big gigantic sack of underwear? Lumo Spincy. I have a giant sack. Is how Jay opens up on the sex hotlines. Hey, beautiful. What you wearing? I can tell you that I have a big giant sack. And I'm ready to unleash it just for you. This isn't my first rodeo. It is. Underwear like go-go underwear or like heteronormative underwear? Like, yeah, like normative. Yeah, like some of it's probably a little bit like, but it wouldn't be go-go as in like jock straps and stuff. That's a separate sack. That's a separate sack. You don't put your jock straps in with your regular. That's just not, no. Some of you filthy gays probably do that. You separate your shit. You can have your pile of regular, and then you have your pile of smut. Memento mori. Hook, line, and sinker right there. Well, I guess it's time for an underwear dresser. Contest for Jay's old sweaty undies. See, the thing is, there's been multiple occasions that I talked about in the past that people have approached me. I get messages. Not as much recently, probably because I said no all the time. But there's been so many instances that people have messaged me asking me to sell my underwear. And I've always said no. But now I have a whole gigantic sack of underwear that I don't wear that I would highly consider it. Because I'm not giving them away to charity, because just no. They're too nice for that. They're nice underwear. I'm never going to wear them. I've worn them before or whatever. Like I've been given, like, over the years on Instagram, like, this is the reason why I have so much underwear. I don't buy underwear. I don't buy underwear. I get given underwear. So over the years on Instagram, there's been so many promotions and companies that have literally just given me underwear. Like I used to get like at least like underwear probably like every week from a company in my door. And that's how I have so much fucking underwear. I don't recall the last time I actually bought underwear because I have so many. There's it like I wouldn't literally I never ever have to buy underwear ever again because I have such a huge collection that I don't even need, that I literally can just keep. I could literally rotate through all of them one at a time and like wash them and reuse them again, and that would probably last me until I die, because I'm only going to wear that underwear once every few months or something. So it's like they're not going to kind of wear and tear, unless it can happen, I suppose. But realistically, it's not going to happen. So literally, I could literally use all these and never have to buy another pair. But humans being humans, we get bored of having the same clothes, so we need to update. Not me and underwear. Don't need to. We can do it tomorrow, Jay. You need rest. That would be a nice way to open the stream, though, too. How about this? I can show you a couple of pairs of the underwear. To be fair, I just thought that companies would give you underwear to model, and it piled up. There you go. You knew exactly. Yeah, your guess was right. Lumo, don't mix your regular underwear with your gay underwear. You might end up bi-curious. With bi-curious underwear. That's so true. Chaos, are you still giving underwear? I know for a while you did stuff with JJ Malibu, but it seems like forever since I've seen you do that. I haven't been given underwear recently, but I got them. I've gotten so much. Oh, and not just from JJ Malibu. There was Instagram posts I used to promote before by Underwear Expert. I actually don't know, are they still around? They probably still are. But basically, they gave you like, maybe you guys heard them, but basically they give you a curated box of underwear, like based on like your kind of preferences, and they give you like them like every, like it depends on your subscription, but like let's say once per month they'll ship you like 4 pairs of underwear, and that way you build up a collection of them, of different brands and different whatever, right? So I used to get them in the door all the time, so like I'd get multiple pairs from Underwear Expert from all these different designers and la 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 la. And that's how I built up a fucking huge collection. And then JJ Malibu and other companies as well added to that. Playing Jay's advocate, starting off the number at 2 pairs. Yeah. Guys, let's auction off my underwear. Like, I could use the money, just saying. We all could fucking use the money. And I have so many pairs of underwear, so at this stage I'm highly considering it. Low lighting, let's see those lats, says JB. The lats are, they look, we're gonna, okay, we have to do the low lighting. Okay. Cool. Okay. Low lighting. See, this is the difference with the low lighting. So getting out those lats, getting out those big boys at the sides. Yeah, getting the pits look darker. I think the hair on the pits looks darker when there's less light on it, right? So it's like it's kind of sticks out the pits even more, I suppose, with the lat flex. But getting out the lats. Oh yeah. Getting out those lats. Roar, getting at the lat flex. So there's a little lat flex. Look, before I go, I'm going to show you just a few pairs, and we can show more tomorrow. I'm going to show you my big giant sack. Bye. It's a sack full of fucking underwear. I'm not joking when I say I have a lot of fucking underwear. And this is the unused underwear. This is not part of my regular wearable. They're all wearable, but these are just not the ones I wear. Even though maybe I could. Well, that is a big sack. I told you it's a big sack. I'm not lying, guys. Why would I lie? Jesus. Jay doesn't... Okay, so I'm going to look. I'm going to pick... Like, I'm not looking, so as you can see, but let me get my big sack on there. Okay, let me get my big sack on there. And we are going to... Oh! Oh my god, one of the jackstraps. Jay, how did this get in here, Jay? You are not meant to mix You're not meant to mix your jockstraps, Jay. You know this. You even literally said it. But yes, this somehow escaped. This one escaped my inspection, I suppose. So I apologize profusely for showing you a jockstrap. But do you like this, hypocrite? I made a mistake, okay? They're normally not in my... Well, then again, wait, actually, wait. They're not in my regular collection. I separated my regular collection. The reason why it's probably in here is because this is the gigantic sack of unused underwear. Like, that I don't use, that I have used, but I don't use nowadays. So there probably is a jock strap or two actually in here. Or maybe a few. Very possible. So, because I could give, look, and these are good quality from good brands as well. This is not just stuff that you buy for like €2 or whatever in fucking whatever. Like, this is like, they're nice underwear. I just don't wear them. I've worn them probably in a photo or whatever, or else I wore them a few times, or maybe even just once. Okay, let's do another one. If this is not a jockstrap, okay, thank God. This is more of a playful one. Is this? It's Curious Beaver. Curious Beaver. This is definitely this is a playful one. You like my tacos? Taco. We like taco. Do you want a little bit of my taco? You wanna bite some of my taco? You want taco? You want some taco? Taco. We like some tacos. So, Curious Beaver. Tacos. Yeah, that's a silly underwear. Cute though. It's for Tuesdays. Taco Tuesday. Exactly, Lache. Exactly. A happy accent if there ever was one. The naughty underwear is hiding with the regular underwear. It is a nice jock, though. We'll remember that brand. Do you like JJ Malibu? I do like JJ. I have multiple JJ Malibu clothes. Okay, let's do another one. And we'll do more tomorrow night. I'm just going to pick a few pairs now. Oh my god, another one. See? I'm telling you guys. The jock straps are coming out tonight. Jock straps are definitely coming out tonight. Petite. This is, I think this was a small company. This was a small company that gave me this one. They were like, yeah, they're like a small launch company, and they just wanted someone to promote, you know, this kind of gear. It's, you know, it's nice. And jock is for Monday, hardest of them all. You know, yeah, sometimes, you know, for the Mondays, just got to get through it in any way possible. Okay, let's... Well, thank God it's not a jock. Oh, it's another Timo Teo? Okay, it's not a Timo. So, as you can see, like different colors, like there's a big variety of different colors with it. This is a very breathable one. Can you see there's like the kind of little holes that it's a mesh. It's a bit more of a mesh one, this one. So it's a little bit see-through. So it hides, but it's kind of showing. So there's a little bit of a oomph to there. Some people might like that type of stuff, but once again, different colors. So like I'm telling you, it's good quality underwear. Premiums, boys. So it's not just underwear that's like, ugh. It's just, What's this? More colors. Oh, it's a pump. We like Pump. Pump is a brand I actually wear. I have a couple of pumps that in my regular collection actually, but Pump will be oh, this is inside out, is it? Yeah, this is inside out. Pump will be a brand. I have a couple of pairs of Pump actually. In my regular collection, and even in the sack, there's definitely in my big sack. There's definitely a oh, okay. It's not maybe appearing perfectly on camera because of the green screen, but look, it is what it is. But yellow, blue, nice summery colors. Like could be nice for the next couple of months. And we'll do one more. Ooh, an Aussie Bum. I'm sure a lot of you guys have heard of Aussie Bum, our lovely Australians. These smell really nice. What did I use? When you wash, like I don't know when the last time I wore this, but I can still smell the last time I washed it. Like, wow, these smell really nice. Yes, Jay is sniffing underwear on stream. That's not going to look weird at all. But it's not sniffing it in a weird way. I'm just like pleasantly surprised. This still has like the fabric softener. And guys, smell it. Smell my underwear. Like seriously, you have to smell my underwear. It smells really nice. The fabric softener is really nice. You can literally not say that without. You just can't say it without smirking. Smell my underwear. I think we'd all be pleasantly surprised to sniff. Are you sure those aren't a trophy underwear? To be fair, I think I should reconsider putting these into my These are really nice. I think I'm going to put these into my regular underwear. I think we deserve a little bit of These are nice. So I could be pleasantly surprised. There may be one or two trophy underwear that might be actually in here that maybe I should add to my collection. Maybe I could take one of my collection out and put it into this instead. I never wear these underwear except for this one. I haven't worn this underwear in probably like 3 or so years. Okay, so that's why it looks so fucking like fresh and new or whatnot. Man, I don't know how this is possible that the fabric softener is on these after all this time. That shouldn't be possible. I really don't know. It's guys, you just seriously, you have to smell my underwear. You just gotta. Okay, but I stand by my statement. Let's see, and then you can see some other parts of my big sack of underwear too. Oh, and now some of my underwear has fallen out. I hope you're happy. Funnily enough, it's the ones that I literally already showed you. Okay, but I stand by my statement. Those are all good underwear, and I will buy some of them from you, Jay. See? Thank you. Thank you. I will show you more of the collection tomorrow. How about that? When we start the stream tomorrow, I will show you more of my underwear. That's in my big sack. My massive sack. So guys, it is the end of the stream. And I'm quite tired now because I'm still getting over the travel, I think. I don't know, maybe there's a bit of jet lag, I don't know. But to be fair, I think I was pretty high energy for most of the stream. So that's good, even though beforehand I was like, I wanna sleep. So I think I did a good enough job anyway, maybe. And then, of course, getting energized by sniffing underwear, apparently. So yay, there's that. You never know what's going to happen on a Cottz stream. It can be very random at times. But tomorrow we will do a lot more tomorrow we have a couple of trailers, game trailers of new releases or and stuff that are coming up that I want to do. I didn't get time to do them tonight because The other stories took my time. We'll go through a couple of more pairs of the underwear from the sack, and then we'll be playing Wukong as well. So we'll continue playing on Wukong. So definitely don't miss the start of the stream tomorrow to get in some trailers, maybe some sniffing of underwear. Apparently, there might be some more nice fabric softener that like I still don't understand it. How is that possible? I need to find out whatever fabric softener I used and like have a massive supply of this because I can't believe this smells so freaking fresh. And I honestly have not worn these in like probably 3+ years, and it still smells as if it just came out of the washing machine. It doesn't make sense. Anyway, so guys, all of that and more will be on tomorrow's stream. So thank you so much for watching tonight. I hope you enjoyed all the interesting topics and conversations that we had. Also, I hope you enjoyed my Dubai trip and all the shenanigans and tidbits and facts and stuff that I've been telling you about. And there we go. Wow, that was the most Irish accent I've heard from Jay yet. With that, I still don't understand it. I think you don't hear my Irish accent as often as you'd like. That's because I've spent so many years with my communication skills of speaking to non-nationals. So over time I've neutralized my accent. It still comes out, obviously, particularly in certain expressions and words, and just sometimes just comes out. Not that I'm ashamed of my accent, it's just that I've spent so much time neutralizing it that you mightn't hear it as often as you probably would like. It's still there, obviously, just neutralized. But yeah, so glad you liked it. Glad you liked it. The randomness there. But guys, thank you so much for watching it. I'll be back tomorrow. It's almost, oh my god, how is it almost 2 o'clock? It was literally just 1:30, like a second ago. Like literally, we were saying about my big sack at like 1:30 or so. Oh, and then I went off on another tangent, and then I started showing you my big sack at like 1:45 or so. Okay, now it makes sense. God damn it. Just Jonathan, welcome to the stream, and I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. But feel free, guys, if you miss any of the topics tonight, check the recap of the stream once the stream ends, and it'll be there to be viewed anyway. So check out the Dubai trip, check all the photos, all the facts, all the information, and feel free to check out all the topics at the start as well. But thank you so much for tuning in, and I will see you all tomorrow. Jay got just too distracted playing with his big sack for us. Very true. This is going to be some of the quotes. I need to shave my head again. Goddamn hair's growing back so freaking fast. Like, seriously, I don't shave for like 4 days, and look how much growth is on the top of it already. I know in the camera it's probably like doesn't look that much, but it's fucking a lot. 4 days of growth. That's why I shave like every 3 days, so it doesn't go like this. But yeah, so guys, see you all tomorrow. So Shlán leat, Shlán Awalia, agus cuddla gasolv McCorda inish. Agus well shimmerashtre nila canada wadig she taude McQueen. So Shlán leat, I'll see you very, very soon, and you all deserve a big, big flash and the twins reveal just to say goodbye. So, if you want to see more of me, check out my lovely socials, and check out all my other lovely stuff there. If you want to see more of me on the J4Pay, over 460 videos there, new video every single week. If you need help on your coaching and fitness and nutrition goals, then you can also check out the J Cottz website. If you want to check out some of my merch, there's also a merch store. All those are going to be linked there on my link tree. So until then, guys, from me and the twins, I'll see you all very, very soon. Good night. Shalom. Bye.